Good morning. I would like to call the Monday, January 29th, Board of Zoning Adjustments special meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest. Todd James is absent. Tamara Aggins is absent. Jose Alvarez.
Present.
Ramiro Diaz.
Present.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Present.
And Jason Richards.
Present.
At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the December 4th meeting?
So moved.
He beat me to it. I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Diaz to adopt the minutes from our last meeting. Roll call vote, Jose Alvarez,
Yay.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Jason Richards,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you. As a reminder to applicants, the action that the board takes today will be released in the form of a disposition notice by February 8th and sent via email and mail to the applicant, as well as posted on the One Stop app for other interested parties. Requests that the board votes to approve must show compliance with any noted provisos before the case is finalized and granted final approval. 3 items on today's agenda will be automatically deferred to the February 19th meeting. Item number 14, BZA docket 00524 for the property at 3864 Johnny Jackson Boulevard. Item number 15, BZA docket 00624 for the property at 7718 through 7720 Ferret Street. And item number 16, BZA docket 00724 for the property at 5022 Bienville Street. We will begin with unfinished business for variances. Would the chair please read the hearing rules for variances?
Yes, the rules and procedures for public hearings, variance requests. The following procedures shall be observed during the hearing. Each speaker shall give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The applicant or representative will speak first. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker, but in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives exceed 10 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 2 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 2 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 3 minutes. For an exceptional case, the time limitations may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments shall not authorize a variance from requirements of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance unless it finds, based upon the evidence presented to it, that each case has satisfied the 9 criteria listed in Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda is BZA 09923. This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21(6)(a)(7) of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a pool house cabana with insufficient distance from the interior side and rear lot lines. It is the intention of the property owners to install an in-ground pool in the rear yard and to renovate the existing shed into the accompanying pool cabana. Due to the encroaching structure on the neighbor's property in the rear that abuts the current shed, the placement of the pool house will result in deficiencies in Article 21, Section 21-6A7. There is also an existing neighboring structure to the side of the shed that also triggers a second waiver request. According to Article 21, Section 21-6A7, a detached accessory structure may be built on the interior side and rear lot lines, provided there is no existing structure on the adjoining lot located within 3 feet of the common interior side. The reconstruction of the shed will close the existing distance of about 2.521 feet to 0 feet, as there is an existing structure on the adjoining lot. The proposed shed will require a waiver of 3 feet. Staff surveyed the square in which the property is situated, the continuous lots on either side of the subject property, and the 4 surrounding squares, analyzing a total of 123 properties, not including the subject site. Out of the 123 properties surveyed, 73 properties, or 59%, do not contain accessory structures, and 42, or 35%, do contain accessory structures. When comparing the totality of the surrounding properties surveyed, however, it is less common for properties to hold an accessory structure. The board also has denied previous cases due to the applicant's ability to modify their plans for compliance. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of BZA docket 09923.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 099-23? Missy, just make sure you turn the mic on. There's a switch.
Okay, got it. Perfect. As noted, there is an accessory structure that is encroaching to the rear, and this is already a non-compliant setback. In addition, there is a driveway servitude that is shared between this property owner and the property owner next to it that goes up to the line of the shed currently. It's an agreement that was signed many years ago, not between these property owners, and so therefore they cannot shift it up. We think this is a very peculiar case because of the encroaching structure on the back and the fact that they are attached to each other. There is no separation between them. There is a figure in the report that shows some wooden boards in between. Those belong to the encroaching structure. So there is no separation between these structures. The applicant did not cause any of these conditions. They bought the house as is with all of these encroachments and servitudes on it. As noted in the staff report, of the ones that do have accessory structures, 88% are not compliant. The property owners just want to be able to use their backyard just like everyone else does, and it's very hard for them to do that with these circumstances, including the encroaching structure and the servitude. So we find that the staff found that 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 were not met, but we think that they are because there are special circumstances here. It will deprive them of common rights of other people because they're 88% non-compliant. These special circumstances were not caused by the applicant. They did not make this servitude and they did not make this encroachment. There's no special privilege because, again, 88% are non-compliant. It's a demonstrable hardship because they cannot renovate the existing structure, which is a better design plan, and also having it on the property line. The next door neighbor agrees with it, and as noted by this board, we've been here 4 times, as noted by the board previously, it's a better design because you can fire rate it and have some kind of agreement between the property owner. And also, it is not exclusively for the convenience. While it is something that they're adding, they want to be able to reuse this existing structure and make it more compatible with the house and more compatible with the neighborhood. And it's limited by these encroachments and servitudes. So we find that the 9 criteria are met, and we hope that you support us in this variance application. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant that wishes to speak? You could come up.
Once again, thank you guys. Good seeing you again. We appreciate you taking the time to consider it. As she mentioned, we have the encroachment on the right side, which is what we're asking for. It's not an encroachment, sorry. It's on the property line on the right side. Good relationship with that owner. They're fine with it being on the property line. As you requested, I think the first or second time we went back and got drawings again, or kind of updated the drawings to show you it not being in the servitude, kind of backing it off that. And then also to try to show you that on either side, on the right side, there's the building, on the left side, somebody's on our property line, and then in the back, they're very close. So we appreciate it, and we'll, here to answer any questions you guys have.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant?
Hi, Rebecca Clary, 1211 State Street. I think Luke and our attorney covered it well, so nothing further from me. Just thank you for your support and your time on this.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? I did want to go back. I don't know if it's to the applicant or to your representation, but I know in our last meeting we did, and I think you may have mentioned that you had a conversation with the encroaching property. From the last meeting in the staff report, there was a question related to discussing. Let me get back to the note. So I think the board recommended that the property owners contact the neighboring property owner to work out an arrangement regarding the encroaching structure.
I think we confirm with the law department that that is not a proviso that the BZA can put on this.
So that was related to the subdivision proposed by the board to reconcile the property line condition, and that proviso would be beyond the board's ability to require for approval. Right. But the first one, just trying to determine if there were any conversations. There were 2 requests. One request was beyond the board's control, but the first request, just checking on the status of that. And I thought that he mentioned, I just wanted to get clarity because I thought he mentioned having a conversation with the neighboring property owner.
It was the property owner to the side, not the encroaching one. It was to the side property owner because they had sent an email with concerns and they addressed his concerns. He just wanted to make sure that they had an agreement that it would not encroach into the servitude and also that it would be fire rated on the property line. But it wasn't, discussion was about that property owner, not the property owner to the rear.
Okay.
Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
All right. Madam Chair, based on what was presented just now, I think the neighbor helped to provide that clarity. Thank you for getting the drawings revised because what we had an issue with last time, we were looking at it in theory as opposed to what was the proposed application for resolution. And understanding that you did speak to that neighbor, and I believe that by shortening the overall depth of the building, that helped to address what was the concern with that servitude for the neighboring property. So based on the comments as provided in the letter by the legal counsel on behalf of the project applicant, so my motion for BZA docket number 099-23 is for approval of the requested waivers, establishing that all nine criteria have been met, reflected within that document in the clarification of what was provided to us, to the board this month.
Second.
Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Second.
All right. Madam Chair, based on what was presented just now, I think the neighbor helped to provide that clarity. Thank you for getting the drawings revised because what we had an issue with last time, we were looking at it in theory as opposed to what was the proposed application for resolution. And understanding that you did speak to that neighbor, and I believe that by shortening the overall depth of the building, that helped to address what was the concern with that servitude for the neighboring property. So based on the comments as provided in the letter by the legal counsel on behalf of the project applicant, so my motion for BZA docket number 099-23 is for approval of the requested waivers, establishing that all nine criteria have been met, reflected within that document in the clarification of what was provided to us, to the board this month.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 099-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting what has been submitted by the applicant, as well as the commentary from today to support establishment that the 9 criteria have been met. Were there provisos?
I was going to slip up on something this morning. I'm assuming it would be the 3 standard provisos?
Yeah, we were recommending denial, but the 3 standard.
I would just say the proviso that requires site plan approval by BZA staff, I wouldn't say we need Department of Public Works approval. This is an accessory structure in the rear yard. And I wouldn't say we need a street tree proviso either. So just that first one requiring site
It's for
plan
the site
approval.
plan. Okay, yeah, so I would modify my motion to acknowledge the standard proviso for submission of the plans for review by BZA staff.
And do you still
Second again.
So it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to modify the approval, noting the 1 proviso. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 123 for the property at 2508 Dreas and 1834 2nd Street. This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3A, Table 11.2A, and Article 22, Section 22.4, Table 22-1. And I think I have one more. Let's see. Okay, just those 2. This is a request in an effort to reestablish a property as a multifamily dwelling. The structure has been renovated. The renovation involved a full demolition of the rear wing of the structure. The rear was rebuilt to create a 6th residential unit, which involved filling in the former 450 square feet of open space. While the site was previously developed with insufficient lot area per dwelling unit, insufficient permeable open space, and insufficient off-street parking as it applies to the current zoning ordinance, the proposed expansion increases these deficiencies and necessitates waivers. Further, because the rear yard of the structure was completely demolished and rebuilt, the non-conforming status of the rear yard setback was lost, and thus the waiver for a deficient rear yard setback is also required. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 11, 11.3A1 minimum lot area, and Article 22, Section 22.4A, Table 22-1 off-street vehicle parking requirements failed to meet criteria 1, 3, and 6 of the standards of variance for section variance of Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant, and the strict adherence to the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances for Article 11, Section 11.3A, minimum lot area, and Article 22, Section 22A for off-street vehicle parking requirements. Additionally, based on this report, the staff further believes that the requested variances of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2, minimum permeable open space, fails to meet criteria 1, 3, 6, and 8 of the standards of variances, and that there are no special circumstances to the land that are peculiar to the land. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. Strict adherence to the regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the variance would detriment the public welfare. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances of Article 11 for permeable open space. The staff, based on the staff report, the staff further believes that the requested variance for Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2 for minimum rear yard setback fails to meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 of the standards of variance, and that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the provisions of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by others in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. Granting the variance will confer on the applicant special privileges, and strict adherence to the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2 for minimum rear yard setback.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 100-23?
Good morning, board members. Nice to see you all again. I'd like to request a 60-day deferral for this item. We believe some arguments were not well put together, and we'd like to submit an updated 9-criteria letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant that wishes to speak? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
If a motion's in order.
Proceed.
Madam Chair, at the request of the applicant, my motion is for a 60-day deferral for BZA docket number 100-23.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 100-23, it's moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to defer this item 60 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Jason Richards,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 10623 for the property at 5000 on Old Gentilly Boulevard. BZA docket 10623 is a request to permit the development of a 4-story hotel to be built as an expansion of an existing truck stop. The truck stop is subject to a conditional use approval that was granted in 1994, zoning docket 12094, at which time the site was zoned LI, light industrial. In 2015, the site's zoning was changed to C2, auto-oriented commercial. The proposed hotel is a permitted use in the C2 zoning district. However, the maximum building height in the C2 district is 40 feet, and the maximum permitted number of stories is limited to 3. The applicant is seeking variances to permit the construction of a 60-foot tall, 4-story hotel in a C2 zoning district where the maximum permitted building height is 40 feet and the maximum permitted number of stories is limited to 3. The proposed proposal was originally presented at the December 4th, 2023 meeting, where the BZA granted the applicant's request for deferral to the January 8 meeting. However, on December 13th, the applicant contacted the staff to request a second deferral to the January 19th meeting in order to receive a design advisory committee's input for the January 17th 2024 meeting. The staff has no objection to this request and recommends deferral of BZA docket 10623.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 106-23? Is there anyone here in support of the applicant? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? I just wanted to clarify with staff because the staff report said that the deferral was until the February meeting. So was there an error?
There must have been.
Okay.
I'm reading it from one of my other colleagues. So.
Okay.
Emily, are you?
It's February 19th.
No, go up.
Yes, we are recommending a 30-day deferral or a 30-day deferral to February 19th.
Okay. I'm just looking at the additional information, which was section 8. That's what was confusing.
January 17th is in the past, isn't it?
Well, no, I didn't see anything that said January 17th. In the staff report, it said that the applicant in December requested a deferral to February 19th.
Gotcha.
If a motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, for BZA docket number 106-23, my motion is for a deferral to the February agenda.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 106-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to defer the item 30 days. Roll call vote, Todd James. Yes. Jose Alvarez. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
You asked the Latin guy, right? No,
I'm gonna go with this one. I'll just use that address. Oh, no. Ava. Oh, never mind.
BZA 10723 is the request for variances from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to create the creation of lots with insufficient lot area, insufficient lot width, and insufficient lot depth. The site in question is located in Algiers Point, a corner parcel. The municipal addresses are located on both Nunez Street and Homer Street, but the required front yard faces Homer. Currently, the parcel consists of 2 lots of record, lots 12 and 13, that together measure approximately 63,938 feet in width, 128 feet in depth, and 8,177 square feet. Currently, the land is undeveloped. The application is in conjunction with subdivision 162-23, in which lots 12 and 13 are proposing to become lots 12A, 12B, 12C, and 12D. Proposed lots 12A and 12B are the subject of this application, as proposed lots 12C and 12D would be compliant. Proposed lots 12A and 12B will be identical interior rectangular lots with widths of 18 feet, depths of 63.11.2 feet, and areas of 1,150.92 feet. The land is currently vacant. The applicant is proposing to develop each lot with a single-family home. Associated Subdivision 162-23 generates the variance. The variance request, as approved, is contingent upon obtaining variances for any deficiencies resulting from the subdivision. Based on the plans provided by the applicant and the analysis of the surrounding area, it was found that the staff believes the requested variances of Article 11, Section 11.3.8 for minimum lot area failed to meet 5 of the 9 criteria. In addition, Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1 for minimum lot width fails to meet 7 of the 9 criteria, and minimum lot depth fails to meet 6 of the 9 criteria. For these reasons, staff recommends denial of the request.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 107-23?
Good morning. My name is Kristen Gislason Palmer, and my address is 530 Powder Street, Algiers Point. I am the owner of Barge Board, the company that owns 844 Nunez, and applied for the re-subdivision. Barge Board has been in operation for 9 years. I'm a developer, contractor, and also own a mill shop and salvage store in this neighborhood. During this period, we have renovated and or built over 70 homes within the neighborhood that 844 Nunez is located. We pay attention to the existing streetscape of the area and produce housing at all levels of affordability, from historic renovations to infill new construction. Within this model, I have produced 7 affordable homes selling to first-time homebuyers in the range of $129,000 to $220,000. We have done this with no subsidy, but have been able to keep them affordable due to the sizes of the existing historic structures, from 500 square feet to 1,100 square feet. Within this neighborhood, there is still a large number of vacant lots. 844 Nunez is one of those, and is an opportunity to produce affordable housing using the small house model that we have done with other small historic homes in this neighborhood. The subdivision request to subdivide 844 Nunez into 4 lots, 2 lots at approved size and 2 lots that are substandard, has been unanimously approved by the City Planning Commission. However, the BZA staff has recommendations that do not recommend approval. I appreciate the work of the staff and this commission and understand that there's a narrow interpretation of some subdivision requests. However, I respectfully disagree with the findings, and each of you have been given a packet that contains the following: an outline of our reasons why we meet the thresholds for approval, an inventory of substandard houses and lots in the immediate area. And please note that this is a subset of a much larger inventory that I have done, with twice as many existing historic homes that are currently either of substandard size on substandard lots in this immediate neighborhood. You also have residential letters of approval, and you have organizational letters of support from both the Algiers Point Association and the Old Algiers Main Street Organization. The 5 of 9 standards that the staff stated that were not met is the first one, and I'm just going to do responses to each of the first ones. I think I'll preclude reading all of them because it might take a little bit more time. Old Algiers and Algiers Point, which this area is existing lots in this plot of land, is over 300 years old and has had been laid out historically with many lots that are considered today as substandard lot sizes. In the inventory list submitted to the BZA, there's a long list of current existing lots with smaller homes in the area that do not meet these standards. In the square that 844 Nunez is, there are currently 4 substandard lot sizes. We have a large lot and an opportunity to present more housing in a way that is historically currently exists. Number 3, do any special conditions and circumstances result from the actions of the applicant or any other person who may have or had an interest in the property? The special condition is the size of the lot itself.
That's the end of your time, Ms. Palmer.
Can I cede? Lauren Wells cedes more time. Thank you. The special condition of the lot size is the lot itself. Due to this size, that gives an opportunity to subdivide that is consistent to the neighborhood and exists in the same area. Number 5, will the variance have granted after these alter, the essential character of the locality? My response is this seems contradictory to the data provided in the report as by the BZA staff's own admission in Table 3. Only 12 properties were surveyed, and of those 12 properties, 42% were considered substandard lot sizes. In addition, there are certainly more properties in the area that are considerably smaller that were omitted from the surveyed area, such as 827 Verret and 831 Verret, that are on the very same square of 844 Nunez. Number 6, will strict adherence to the property regulations result in demonstrable hardship? Yes, it does create a demonstrable hardship in the fact that we're not able to subdivide this into a lot which is consistent with the surrounding community and create affordable housing opportunities. 7 is the purpose of the variance based exclusively upon a desire to serve the convenience or profit of the property owner or the interested parties. The purpose of this variance is a service to the community and does not serve or profit the property owner. Pursuing the requested variance is not the most profitable path forward. In fact, it is the least profitable, but the request is proposed to provide affordable housing for the community, which will be of no profit to myself. In closing, the historic fabric of our city demonstrates that the city was laid out and built for everyone, regardless of income levels. Diversity was achieved through building small multifamily housing and single-family housing that was on small lots. It has been post-World War II zoning changes that favor more suburban developments and large single-family homes that then created zoning laws that often do not match the existing conditions of an historic neighborhood. These laws have had a negative impact over the years in terms of our ability to produce a diversity of affordable housing. This subdivision request meets all 9 criteria, and I respectfully ask for your approval of this subdivision request. And I'm here if y'all have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 107-23?
Hello, Seth Welty, 747 Louisiana Avenue. I'm an architect with Collectivo, working with Barge Board on a pro bono basis on these 2 small houses. I think Kristen said it well, and it's kind of hard to follow her, but I think at the heart of this project, right, this is about creating more affordable housing options for the city. it's not one kind of singular request we're looking at. This, you can see it in the re-subdivision packet above. The idea here is taking a large lot, breaking it into 2 lots that are priced at kind of normal market conditions, 30 by 90 lots, and creating 2 lots that are subsidized by the market rate lots for a more diverse scale of housing options and a wider range of housing affordability. As Kristen said, this isn't an outlying condition in the neighborhood. There's a ton of these substandard lots that have been developed historically. In fact, on this same block, we've developed 2 lots on substandard houses on the Verrett side that were part of her kind of affordable housing inventory. And the prototypes, the reason why we sized these lots at 18 foot wide is because we're working on an additional property on Nunez that's only 16 feet wide. That's 1 block or 2 blocks down from this. So I don't think it's an unreasonable request. I understand that it doesn't fit the parameters of the CZO, but I do think that it fits the spirit of the CZO and the trajectory of the CPC, and it certainly fulfills the needs of New Orleanians. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 107-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Question of staff. If the 2 smaller lots were, for example, a single lot of record, would that be in compliance? And I think it may not necessarily meet the lot depth requirement, but I mean, it does at least address the minimum lot width if it was consolidated.
I'm thinking definitely.
And so and I'm not suggesting any type of a change. I'm just bringing this up from a point of question because typically what we've seen in the past sometimes has been this type of application, but they'll have it, I think I may have mentioned it before, doing it in a townhouse concept where there's the 2 abutting each other.
It would meet area and width.
Okay. So that changes that aspect. But if it was a townhome, that's a totally different animal. That makes it a lot harder to address.
Correct, and then it even makes it even more unaffordable from the perspective. And one of the things we're trying to do here as well is actually really show other developers that there is a way to produce affordable housing within an existing marketplace. And I think that's really important. And one of the things that Seth brought up is that I've also acquired other substandard lot sizes that are existing. And this particular lot mimics a lot 2 blocks down where I could then use the same designs, making it more affordable, to then recreate them all on the same street. And I think that's really important, again, showing people how we can produce houses. This isn't going to solve the entire affordability crisis, but what will is having many tools in our tool belt. And I think this is a really valid tool because we have shown that this is how we were able to incorporate affordable housing for folks when the city was built and had, in our small little space abutting the river, we had to make space for everyone. And
and I appreciate that point. The reason why I was bringing that up was just more out of looking at it through the dual lens of how do you still create an environment where you can still have 2 independent structures, or at least have 2 structures for sale in order to create an affordable metric, as opposed to it being, because it's being perceived as the shoehorn, but at the end of the day, it's still 2 residents provided within that general footprint.
Correct.
So it's just like there's a slight nuance here of how do we help to offset the affordability component. You're right, if it does become if there was a common party wall between 2 structures, the way how that property would be managed, even if it was in a townhome format, the shared responsibility between those 2 folks of having to do from an insurance standpoint as well as from property tax and everything else under the sun.
And Todd, you bring up an excellent point. Another way we're making these affordable is we understand the existing insurance marketplace, correct?
Correct.
So these will have fortified roofs individually, right, on all of these. But these 2 small houses will also have affordable roofs, which makes their homeowners insurance more affordable. I'm not sure with this new product of affordable homes if we can do that type of roofing on townhomes. And so we have to look at the affordability for long term.
Yep.
And some of those affordability costs are holding costs, right?
So correct to that point, it's when we get into the insurability of these properties, it's then now tied to the adjoining property owner. So they're both responsible for each other. So when we get into that type of metric, what do we do to help reduce that burden by not creating such a conflict or a reliance on a party that you have no control over?
Correct. And I would like to note, I'm very cognizant of the fact that, you know, I have done 70 homes within this area. I've lived in this area for 30 years now. It has become a neighborhood on the ascendancy. This gives us an opportunity. This lot is also within walking distance of the ferry, good public transit, downtown. I'm trying to produce affordable housing in highly desirable neighborhoods. And I think, again, that is something that we all have to really stress upon, right? And so I would just really appreciate your support on this. Are there any other questions?
Yes.
You have to come up to the mic, though.
Yeah, we got to get.
She did have a valid point of out of all of those properties, 37 of them in that area, she is offering something very unique. There are only 12 single-family properties in that area. That's why the analysis of that was so small. It's something that isn't offered a lot around there. There are a lot of multifamily, and then there is a lot of vacant property, and it puts her in a very unique situation because these vacant properties are already established lots. So while the lot she's trying to create isn't necessarily different from that area, the fact that she is creating it is what got us caught up in the strict interpretation of the 9 criteria.
Yeah, and that was kind of, I mean, not at all taking away the purpose, but trying to get back to, we have to sometimes look outside of what may be the purpose today and look at what we're creating. And so for me, that's what I am struggling with, is that we're going to be creating substandard lots where compliant lots already exist, and this is going to create a precedent, as the applicant has already indicated. There are additional lots that she's intending to do the same thing with. So it's just the concern.
To reiterate, those are existing substandard lots. I'm not trying to do anything to change that.
I understand. I'm just stating my position. And so I'm just explaining, for me, that's where the rub is that we have current compliant lots that we will now create a series of substandard lots where there are other ways to accomplish a similar, it may not be exactly what the applicant is looking for, but there are alternatives, and that's where the hardship is hard to establish in line with all of these other points.
I've just an informational question. Can you share with us the addresses of the lots you mentioned that are substandard that you own down the street, the addresses?
The one currently is 1110 Nunez. Is that the one that's also that wide? Yeah, 16-foot lot, and that's an existing 16-foot lot. Again, I'm not requesting anything that has not been established within this neighborhood. In fact, that's two blocks away. And then if you look at, you can even look on the assessor's map, you can see small houses on that entire block, again, making them affordable for first-time homebuyers.
And I know usually what we run into in terms of the precedent set is just because of how we get into the percentage of how many of those existing context lots exist. But this is a different nuance when we get into the creation of a single-family home. Traditionally, you see this where they are paired into doubles. So just all something that we need to take into consideration when we're looking at it through a very finite lens, but at the same time understanding what's intent is one thing, and I think to the chairwoman's point, just not, it's not one way or the other, but just perspective for anyone who's observing this. There's the precedent set point, because often while there's projects that have come online that they weren't the intent of how they were initially programmed, but we don't have the ability to enforce what was the initial intent of the project. Even though I know you specifically, and I know we,
aware of
you
those
know,
very concerning situations.
So it's all part of how do we protect against those type of scenarios. So.
And I think we also went as far as within your packet, you do have designs of what those houses will look like.
Correct.
And one of those things that we do is that we make sure that those designs are designs that would pass through HDLC, right? It's very important to exist within that community.
Right.
And so,
I
it's not
think-
like we're going to come back and ask for additional waivers on how we're going to build something.
Gotcha. I guess the only thing that's just slightly different based off of what we've seen as a board in the past, there's the sliver homes that were done uptown, but that was done as one much larger development as opposed to individual lots. While this is being done in tandem as these two, it does speak to a different context that's distributed across this district. I don't have any further questions, Chairwoman.
Are there any other questions from the board? I did have one quick question to the applicant. I know that the staff report suggested a couple of different scenarios, and just had any of those been contemplated? One was to re-subdivide the 2 lots into 3 as opposed to 4, and whether or not that was looked at compared to what you were intending to do.
Yes, but again, I think we have the ability to gain 2 affordable units that are homeownership, which basically, as we know, the only way to attain wealth and equity in this country is through homeownership, and this provides 2 opportunities as opposed to 1. If you would like to put a proviso that guarantees the affordability onto these 2 small lots, I am absolutely 100% in favor of that as well.
Then we'd have to define affordability, correct?
Well, and that's, I don't think,
Been
yeah, we don't
something
have
that's within
anything
our
the
purview.
CCO.
Yeah.
If
I
it
don't
was
know how
dealing
many
with
developers would get
affordable,
up here and ask anybody to do that.
I know a bunch of them right now that's
Yeah,
trying to
but
do
well,
something on the
yes,
other side
yes,
of
you probably
time,
do,
you know?
But this is a small developer in a small neighborhood trying to do the right thing, and trust me, so.
Yeah, no, I think if I understand correctly from the CZO, it only gets into the rentership component of how affordability is defined, but I think that may have even shifted. It doesn't get into the home ownership component, which is a different animal.
Again, that speaks to the importance of doing projects like this, because we don't have enough of affordability for purchase.
Correct. Microphone.
Gotta do the mic.
Even with that, it's very ambiguous. I know that affordability was brought in as a development tool. That component was brought in as a development tool. It's been very little utilized, but even when it goes into the definition of that, I think it's a percentage of the
Average median income.
yeah, but it doesn't get into exactly what should be charged. It doesn't have anything as related to that. I know that's not.
Yeah,
but
well, that's
something was brought
only
up.
Yeah,
defined
that's why I
on
said we
that's only
can't put
defined
it
at
in,
the HUD
'cause-
level, but
Right.
again, we can't get into that metric because that's something that's regulated on a federal end. But again, that only gets into rentership as opposed to ownership. So I think,
And can I just also speak to the elegance then, again, of the solution, the fact that it is a small substandard lot size? You can only charge so much due to the market, due to your square footage.
correct.
That's the beauty of small substandard lot sizes that exist throughout this entire neighborhood, is that they will always remain in affordable homeownership. It's not like you can build a Camelback addition onto this. It's not like you can make it a huge house and then charge market rate and this is a bait and switch. The beauty of this, and I'm speaking as a developer, is that the square footage, the lot mandates the square footage that will always stay within the affordability world. That, again, is the elegance of doing small homes within desirable neighborhoods.
So, and I know, Chairwoman, you had brought up the question about the 3 lots versus 4. That was why I was actually alluding to that point about if the two smaller substandard lots, if they were consolidated, they would meet the area and they would meet the lot width. But when you get into that formula, that requires a party wall, because I think the zone, it doesn't allow for 2 principal structures, and even if there were 2 principal structures, one cannot be purchased separate from the other. It would have to be purchased.
Right, but,
As
and
one
I
piece.
mean, I'm not trying to make it a back and forth, but it gets to the point of preferences of what the developer desires as opposed to what can be done. And that's all I'm trying to point out. I know that that may not be the desire, and I'm not negating the benefits and the public benefit, but when we're looking at the letter of what the 9 criteria say, we just have to acknowledge that.
Well, there's an 10th criterion. We always joke about that every once in a while about there's 9 rules and then what's right, right? So,
And again,
but again, I'm gonna take the point to state that's why I think also us as a board, we do have some latitude at times to try to figure out within the 9 criteria, how do we necessarily put the parameters in place to protect for it, so that we can actually do something that can be a little bit more transformative without setting a precedent that could have a detrimental harm across this district. So I don't know if there's a proviso that maybe locks in certain things, but again, I'm trying to be careful because the second you put too many restrictions on a property's development, inherently, you do actually restrict the ability to grow wealth and for whomever that future homeowner would be, because that's something that always still remain. And I guess just me where my developers at the same time, I wish there was a lot more creative tools in the toolbox, because the CZO often creates more hurdles than it helps.
And I think that's exactly what I'm getting to, is that we're kind of in a situation.
We're in a weird spot.
Where, absolutely.
And I appreciate that, and I do think when we look at the public benefit side of this too, I do have a lot of support from the Neighborhood Association and also from Old Algiers Main Street, which is a nonprofit. And I think that there is overwhelming support to ensure that the community continues along an affordability rate.
So question to staff, I know this went to CPC for the initial resub. And some of that commentary is here. Can you provide or recap some of the justification on that approval at that time? Yeah, I'm gonna let Emily address it then.
I can pull up that staff report if you give me a moment.
Yep. Meanwhile, while that's coming up, I think it's just one of these things that sometimes I think we don't necessarily, as a board, we're never in a position where we could actually help to promote something, to at least maybe then promote a different conversation with regards to how lot parameters can change or modifications within the CZO should really come out of decisions that we make. Often it happens when we deal with decision appeals, but not necessarily based off of what we have in front of us. Often the CZO is constantly reactionary as opposed to preventative, and this is something that we're starting to see at a much more glaring rate, is how do we preserve and protect affordability as well as resilience and for structures coming down the road. I'm sure since we got another architect up here now, man, this is about to get scary on this board, boy. Whew.
Just since we were kind of talking here, I was looking at some historic maps, just trying to figure out what the pattern was in the neighborhood and how those little tiny lots ended up further down the street. And so we were just kind of looking at those. And so those have been there for a while. Looks like they were doubles maybe originally, but now they're singles. And then the site that you're talking about was a corner. It looked like it was a corner site with a balcony and a couple of maybe multifamily a long time ago. But it's been vacant forever. I mean, I was looking at the photos, at least since the 90s, it's been an empty lot. So,
I'd be glad to share with you the larger inventory of the entire area. It really is fascinating with the growth pattern and how much these small lots were utilized.
What date was it on? Because you can pull it through.
Just one other question while Emily's looking that up is, you obviously, these smaller lots would need to comply with offsets. So do you have there's some dimensions on the plan, but not all of them. Can you just clarify the size of this house that would be built on the substandard lot?
Yes. The current plans show compliant setbacks on all sides. We were considering putting a handicap walkway on one side, which allows a 2-foot 2-foot setback rather than a 3-foot setback. That's not set in stone. The footprint of the house itself, notwithstanding the ADA walkway, has a 3-foot setback on one side and 5 foot on the opposite. So we had a little bit of play there in width. Likewise, the front to back setback is compliant. We have more than a 15-foot rear yard setback, and I think we're right on the street.
What's the width of the building?
Let me pull it up so I don't misspeak.
Because if I understand, I mean, not to muck this up any further, just want to make sure that even, because I know when you get into the accessibility ramp, once you get up to a certain height, don't want to create another hamstring down the road that may actually require it to come back.
I think it's, oh, thank you. Much bigger. I think the out to out is 10.5 right now, front to back.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to read on the, all right, I'm seeing 9.6 clear on the interior, all right.
It's a math, but we're on 60 foot, or 40 feet front to back. It gives us a 19-foot rear yard setback.
And then loft.
3-foot front yard. Yeah, the interior volume is lofted to the middle to provide a storage loft.
The subdivision staff report doesn't give a whole lot of context. That could probably be best gleaned from the meeting video. It essentially just says it's compliant with the master plan, or it doesn't negatively impact the master plan, and that's why it was approved.
So inherently there, that's what we have, like the conflict versus where the report is versus what was actually approved through that body, and not necessarily saying one has overarching authority over the other. It's really more tied back to what is truly the intent of the package, of what's the proposal.
Also, the City Plan Commission did say, in terms of the orientation of the way the lot was broken down, that it supported the two facing the Nunez and the other two facing Homer, that was also consistent with how the city is laid out.
Correct.
And it was unanimous.
Those are hard to come by sometimes. I don't have any further questions, Chairwoman.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Motion's in order.
Proceed.
That's a big one.
That's for it.
In regard to BZA docket 107-23, I move for approval of all of the requested variances. Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, minimum lot area. Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, minimum lot depth. And Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, minimum lot width, accepting the applicant's written and verbal arguments, addressing all 9 criteria, and finding that they've all been met. Move for approval with the one noted proviso I think I saw at the bottom of this.
That's correct.
One proviso.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 107-23, it's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waivers of Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, Table 11.2A for lot area, lot width, and lot depth, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting the applicant's submission, establishing satisfaction of the 9 criteria, along with the commentary for today, subject to one proviso. Roll call vote, Ty James,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Jason Richards,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And I'd love to give any of y'all a tour of the area and show you when it's under construction. Thanks.
We will now begin with the items automatically deferred from last month. Item number 5, docket 11423 for the property at 1551 Mystery Street is request for variances from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21-6A8, 21-6P2, and 21-7 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a detached garage in a side corner yard. The subject property is an L-shaped lot of over 10,000 square feet in the Fairgrounds neighborhood that features frontage on 3 streets, Maripas, Fortin, and Mystery. Thus, the subject property is a double frontage through lot and also a corner lot, as Fortin Street frontage intersects nearly 40 feet of frontage along Mystery Street. The site also features a 70-year-old one-car garage facing Fortin Street that is slated for demolition and will be replaced with a new, slightly larger garage. The subject property is currently shaped in configuration. The property's current shape and configuration is a result of the 2022 re-subdivision to combine the lots into a single lot that was required by the Department of Safety and Permits in connection with the installation of an in-ground swimming pool. It should also be noted that the property's double frontage and L-shaped exterior prior to the 2022 subdivision as 2 original lots, lots 10 and C11, have been under common ownership and were utilized for residential and accessory use respectively. The current owner's installation of the swimming pool did not create the condition. If granted, the variances will facilitate the replacement of an existing detached garage with a similar size and height. Thus will not alter the essential character of the surrounding area, especially since the new garage will be subject to HDLC approval, which will ensure the compatibility of the surrounding historic neighborhood. However, because the applicant will not suffer any hardship if they are not permitted to construct the new garage, the staff is obligated to recommend denial of BZA docket 11423.
Thank you. If you could give your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Doug Mayo. I reside at 600 Moss Street, New Orleans 70119. I'm the architect for the project.
You could go ahead with your comments.
The current garage is in very poor condition, so it needs to be replaced. The new garage will be slightly larger, and really the hardship boils down to the fact that if you're familiar with this site, it's a very unusual condition. Fortin Street, although it's called a street on the city map, it's really not a street. It's not paved, it's not maintained, no drainage. There's a utility right away, and that's about the sum total of its streetness. But the reality is it's really an alley, and if the city designated as an alley, this garage could be, in fact, set on the rear property line, because that would now be considered the rear of the property as opposed to a corner side lot. And HU allows for accessory building to be on the rear property line. So the hardship really here is if you view that picture of the rear of the property, you'll see that the garage occupies the only spot on the site that can be utilized because of that enormous oak tree, which really represents a hardship for the owner. And he has a choice, either move the garage and cut down the tree or leave the garage where it is and cut off some access to his new pool area. So that's basically the hardship that we're trying to overcome. And by moving the building 3 feet closer to the property line, on the property line, we solved that problem, and now he can utilize the garage and park his vehicle in there. So, that's what we're up against, and we don't feel like we're asking for anything really unusual. If you look around the neighborhood, there are plenty of garages on property lines. And in this instance, it's an alley, really, and not a street with an active streetscape and people walking and using the street in a normal fashion because it's a dead end. So these are our conditions that we're facing, and our proposal we don't think is unusual for the neighborhood, and so we request that the 3-foot setback be waived and we'd be allowed to locate the new garage at the rear of the property.
Thank you. Is that the end of your comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 114-23? You could come up, please.
Hi, my name's Kenny Tassin. I'm the property owner, and I live next door at 3331 Esplanade Avenue. I got some pictures of a house that's across the street that didn't make your comparables with the garage right on it, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but I have a bunch of copies if anybody would like to see it.
We'd have to take a motion to accept them if a board member would need to make a motion.
I'll move to make a motion to accept the presenter's submittals for the record.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez. I didn't hear who seconded.
Alvarez.
Okay, thank you. Second by Commissioner Alvarez to suspend the rules and accept documents submitted past the submission deadline. Roll call vote. Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. You can just hand it to staff.
Well, thanks for hearing me today. And the only thing I think that the 9 criteria that the staff didn't okay is the hardship and inconvenience thing. And while that's a pretty subjective difference, I learned that, by parking out on Fortin Street, which has been a challenge since I bought those properties, with abandoned cars and drug use and vagrants back there, walking in the rain with your groceries to go up to the house, well, that's an inconvenience. But last year, I had to fend off an attack from a half-naked junkie that had taken up residence in an abandoned car that I've been having to try to get towed from back there. And the police finally came and carted them away. Well, that's sort of a hardship. I mean, the security with being able to enlarge that garage, and I'll be able to fortify the back, because that garage is the only thing that is set in along the whole fence line all the way down Fortin Street till it dead ends 2 houses beyond that picture. And I'll be able to enter my property securely, and I'll be able to be able to get in the house. My wife could get in without being on the outside of the perimeter and being on the inside. So, I mean, the garage is the low spot in the neighborhood. It really needs to be updated. It's really small. And I have the neighbors' support for the thing, everybody up and down the street and down Fortin and up Mystery. So I'm asking you to please grant me the variation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 114-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Question maybe for staff is, but prior to the re-subdivision, which of the lots was the deeper, does my question make sense? It's an L-shaped lot. Which lot went all the way through? The Maurepas lot? Okay. Yeah, it seems to me, just as commentary, without the re-subdivision, essentially what you'd have is a rear yard accessory building, but just with the fact that there's a driveway to the rear yard because of the unique nature of the site. I have another question for the applicant, which would, if you don't mind stepping up, which is what's going to go where the old garage is?
No, we're replacing it with an existing, just a slightly larger one garage. Pretty much the same thing that you're looking at now, just make it a little bit large enough to fit today's cars in. I can't get my truck in there. And, a storage building for, personal garage stuff.
Right. We have a figure 3 in the staff report that shows the garage in the knuckle. Is that still the plan?
That's the one, yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
Right.
Okay.
The one that, if the
Yeah.
Maurepas Street property goes all the way back, it's, and you can see on the picture, the fence line is on the property line, and the garage is notched in the 3 feet. So we just want to move it to the continuous fence line that goes from the corner of Mystery and Fort and all the way down to the dead end, which is, if you look at the picture, 2 houses to the right.
Okay. Got it. Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed with your motion.
Okay. Regarding docket BZA 114-23, I move to approve the request for a waiver of Article 21, Section 21.6-P.2, and Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2, to permit the construction of a detached garage in a corner side yard, considering the unique nature of the lot, the fact that it has 3 street frontages, and a minimal impact. Additionally, we find that he's met all 9 criteria.
Second.
Before we go, are there any provisos?
I'd like to amend the motion to make sure that the approval includes the 2 noted provisos.
Second the amended motion.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 114-23, it's been moved by Commissioner Richards, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to adopt the requested waivers of Article 21, Section 21.6.P.2 for detached garages location, and Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2 for permitted encroachments into required yards, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting. Did you adopt the applicant's information? I didn't. Okay.
Including.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Subject to 2 provisos. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards. And Candace Forrest. Yes. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
Congrats, Jason, on ripping off that Band-Aid on your first motion, man.
BZA docket 11623 is a request to permit the conversion of a multifamily residence into a two-family residence with excessive building heights, excessive encroachment of steps into the required front yard, and excessive step height. Based on their support, the staff believes the requested variances fail to meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, in that there are no special circumstances peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of commonly enjoyed rights. The variances will confer special privileges upon the applicant. The requested variances would alter the development character of the area, and the regulations would not result in a hardship. And therefore, staff recommends denial of this request.
Is the applicant present?
Yes, I'm Alec Adamek.
You might need to pull a mic up just a little bit.
My name's Alec Adamek.
Can you give your address?
1139 Aretha Castle Haley Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana.
You could go ahead with your comments.
Okay, and I also have Cynthia is going to cede 3 minutes to me, so I have 6 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
What was her name? Did you get it?
Yeah, did she sign?
Owner Cynthia Hermosillo.
Just checking for the card.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for taking the time to listen to our request today. The scope of this project includes raising an existing structure to prevent the ground floor from flooding by having the ground floor meet the base flood elevation requirements for new construction. As the cost of the renovation will exceed 50% of the value of the existing structure, this will be required by the city. We are proposing to demolish and rebuild the ground floor in its entirety, as we cannot raise the masonry floor and walls while maintaining the historic footprint of the building, and this plan has been approved by the HDLC at this time. We're requesting a variance for the required maximum building height as well for the maximum permitted stair encroachment into a front yard and the maximum permitted height of the stair in a front yard. We believe that these requests are well thought out and that they respond to the existing conditions of the site. They are minimal in nature, they have minimal impact on the locality, and most importantly, they will prevent the building from flooding. The new ground floor shall be constructed at 3 feet above the top of curb elevation with a proposed ceiling height of 8 feet, which will increase the existing building's defined height from 34'2" to 37'10". Please note that this building will read as a 2-story building with dormers. This defined height is taken to the top of the dormers, but if it was taken to the midpoint of the gable or the midpoint of the dormer, this building would be compliant for the allowed height, which is what's required by the zoning. In addition, we are seeking a variance for the front yard setback to accommodate a stair to access the front of the building. The building's proposed front yard requirement is determined by a setback of the existing structure plus or minus 3 feet, and we may encroach up to 6 feet into a required front yard and are limited to a maximum height of 5 feet. The building's footprint is maintained during the raising and renovation of the building, so our proposed stair encroaches 8'10" beyond this build-to line, which is 2'10" more than is permissible. In addition to the raising of the structure, the height of the stair of the front yard is 5'7", exceeding the maximum height by 7 inches, requiring a waiver. We also want to note that this solution for the front stair was worked out with the HDLC as the best solution, and they were aware of the need for this variance. We believe that these variances are reasonable given the existing conditions of the building and site. With climate change and recent flooding events, it's imperative more than ever for homeowners to elevate any deficient habitable spaces to prevent flooding in the future. The height variance request is necessary to achieve flood-resistant conditions for the existing ground floor dwelling. Overall, the building's massing would remain relatively intact. As we raise the structure, we will require a new front of stairs. The most historically appropriate approach is a staircase on access with a historic front door. The variance for this new stair in the front yard is necessary to create an entrance on the primary facade, which would have existed historically. We believe both variances should be allowed as part of the proposed renovation of the building, as they are necessary to respond to the existing conditions and will not alter the essential character of the locality. Our minor variances respond with well-thought-out design that will prevent the flooding of the building and should be given due consideration. We thank the staff for agreeing with our analysis of 4 of the 9 standards and would like to address the other 5 standards that the staff believes we are out of compliance with at this time. Number 1, special conditions and circumstances exist that are peculiar to the land or structure involved and are not generally applicable to other lands or structures in the same zoning district. So with regards to the building height, the existing structure's ground floor at grade will not be allowed by the city's flood requirements. This special condition has been disregarded by the staff report. It's imperative that we allow this homeowner to protect their property. The front stair, the special condition that exists is that the historic footprint of the building is being maintained. If we allow the building to be raised, it's imperative that we look to historic precedents of stairs that would be allowed to access the front porch. The HDLC and we have worked together to craft an appropriate solution that requires a minimal waiver. This is the best solution. Number two, literal interpretation of the provision of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same district under the terms of this ordinance. So with regards to the building height, all buildings are now required to be constructed 3 feet above grade in Orleans Parish. We are trying to meet this requirement and reduce the likelihood of damage from a flood event. It should be the right of our client to protect their building from flood damage. This should be encouraged, not discouraged. With regards to the front stair, our client should be able to access their property as a common right. If the setbacks enforced, the primary unit of the building would not be accessible from the building's primary facade, as no stair design exists that would satisfy all site requirements while maintaining the historic footprint. This design solution was worked out with the HDLC staff as the most appropriate solution. Number four, granting the variance requested will not confer on the applicant any special privilege which is denied by this ordinance to other lands or structures in the same district or similarly situated area. With regards to the building height, the increased building height shall not result in special privilege, as all buildings are now required to be raised 3 feet above grade. The requested variance is minor in scale and will not be noticeable from a pedestrian perspective. With regards to the front steps, the encroachment of the steps into the front yard would not result in a special privileges, as all other homes are accessible from the street. Number five, the variance if granted would not alter the essential character of the locality. With regards to the building height dimension is due to the existing dormers at the side of the main gable roof. The actual massing of the building is best represented by its gables, which do meet the maximum building height requirement. We've worked with the HDLC to make sure that our design will not have a negative impact on the essential character of the locality. And with regards to the front stair, a front stair is necessary to the character of the locality, and the additional encroachment would not alter the essential character of the building. We've worked with the HDLC to develop this solution. Finally, number six, strict adherence to the regulations of the property would result in a demonstrable hardship upon the owner, as distinguished from mere inconvenience. With regards to building height, the homeowner should be allowed to raise the ground floor dwelling above grade to avoid flood damage. Flooding is a demonstrable hardship. And with regards to the front stair, the homeowners should be allowed to access their primary residence from the primary facade and the street front, and not be required to enter through the rear of the property. Not allowing access to the front door of the building would be a demonstrable hardship. So thank you very much for the consideration of our requests.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 116-23?
My name's Jesus Hermosillo. I'm the owner of the property. We've owned this property for 15 years and lived in it maybe half that time, but recently retired, and we want to make this kind of our long-term home. As you can see, it's an older property, so there's a lot of things we want to fix, and I promised my wife when I retired I would take care of all this stuff. I had no intention of bringing any kind of exceptions in, but as we started working, safety department, the flooding issues, we have had water go into the garage from the wake of cars going by. We wanted to go ahead and address that piece. And on the front end, again, we had different designs on the stairs, but when we started working with the historical district, they kind of took us to this path and said this was the best fit. Again, I feel we've tried to stay in compliance with everything, but obviously these things came out. Basically, I want to thank you for listening to us, and if you have any questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 116-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? I did have a quick question to staff. I was just a little confused in looking at the staff report, and just wanted clarity on the response to item number 6 on demonstrable hardship. In the staff report, it indicated that if the residence continued as a multifamily residence, the variances would be rendered moot because they would fit within the standards for a multifamily. In terms of what that means for multifamily versus two-family, what is the difference for what they would develop? Would it have to be more than 2 units? Okay. And I guess in terms of, because of how it's designed, it's currently designed as 2 families. So we won't know for certain because they would have to do a complete redesign in order to meet the standards for multifamily. So it's not automatic that there wouldn't be any other variances that may come into play. Oh, it is a three-family? Okay, so then I'm confused. Right, that's what I'm saying. So the design currently is, the new design is gonna be a two-family. And so my point is that they would have to redesign their new design to meet the standards of a multifamily construction.
So if it's renovated to maintain a three-family residence, they will be able to raise the property and have a deeper encroachment in the steps. They wouldn't need the variances. But since they want to renovate it into a two-family residence, that's what triggers the variances.
Right, I was just saying with the current design wouldn't work. And
Right.
so my point is that we don't know, I mean, unless they just keep it exactly as is what you're saying. They would have to keep everything as is to not have any variance requirements.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm a little confused by the demolition plan and where the stairs are and how you actually get in the building now.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out how do you get up to this main level and then up to the second level? Because it looks like things are on top of each other.
Okay,
So how do you currently enter the building? And why does that not, I mean, is there not a way to tuck the stair in on the side like it currently is and turn 90 degrees? Because currently the stair, it looks like it goes up the side
Right,
of
it's
the
going
house.
up, going up the side there. So again, this was worked out with the HGLC. This is
Yeah.
what they wanted to see, was this on-access front stair.
So just so maybe let's kind of go through some chronology, understanding that you went through HDLC. Your original stair configuration as proposed was what? Was it something similar to what existed?
It was an L that was rejected by the HGLC, correct? It did look much more like it, so it was.
Got it.
Yeah.
Can they force us to?
Right.
Did the HGLC make us do zoning changes? Because I mean, the geometry of that really pushes it out. So if it was kind of tucked to the side, it wouldn't be quite the you know.
Yeah, we were doing like
intrusion
an
on the-
L-shaped stairs
which
that
is
was going to come out and then run down the middle,
which
and
is
that was rejected by the
pretty
HGLC.
pretty common. But the house never had did the house ever have a central stair on the front? It kind of looks like it.
Nope.
Ever. I mean, it doesn't look like the geometry of the house.
I mean, even if you look at it, you could tell that just over the history of this property, it was elevated a long time ago. It's just based off of what I'm seeing. And so probably it did have some form of a different stair at some point in time, but when it was elevated and it created the space below, that did change that configuration. Now, I mean, traditionally what they do try to promote is if the front door is facing that right-of-way, historical context is that you would line up that primary stairway with that entry. So that probably was the case historically, and that may be, to some effect, impacting how they may have commented. I'm trying to get through some realm of rational reasoning as to how this happened. But again, of course, with the nuance of having to elevate structures further, that probably changes it even more.
There's quite a bit of back and forth with the HGLC to arrive at this.
How much time did y'all spend going back and forth on this?
We had two meetings, but like
But prior to that? So 2 public hearings.
Two public
and-
hearings, yeah, and then back and forth prior, like, we didn't just show up at that first
Yeah,
meeting.
yeah.
So we had back and forth with staff prior to the meeting, trying to go in there and have a successful first meeting, and then had to come back, and then we were able to respond to the concerns of the HGLC commission and with this solution that you are seeing now. Sounds like your concerns are more about the stairs and the height. The height, you know, again, I went around and looked at, this is a block off of St. Charles, so if you look in this neighborhood, it's not gonna go out of scale by raising it a few feet, you know? It's minimal, and it's really, like I said, the actual massing's much more defined by its by the gable, not by these dormers that are attached to it, right? And I mean, again, I think these stairs, we did look, again, just to be clear, like my office did look to try to shorten these stairs up. What could we do to kind of, you know, bring that landing back towards the building, stuff like that. It just doesn't really work well, right? So this is kind of what we think the best solution is at this point in time. So it's not, we didn't even just leave it with what was approved by the HLC, because, you know, once we started doing this, we tried to bring it back again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love it, and the sort of how the stair is kind of heavy and then it floats and then the columns are. I mean, this is all just me being designer, which I can't do, but how it impacts the street and what the setback is. It's just surprising to me that this is where the HDLC pushed this, because there's lots of examples of a stair that goes up and comes around the side and you enter the porch from the side. I mean, it doesn't seem like a aberrant idea for the house. And it's not like the house is like super axial or, you know, it's got, yeah, I don't know.
As you well know, we're often fighting with folks who like to leave their fingerprint.
Yeah, so again, the design intent of the stair did not come from our office or from the client, but from the HLC, and at some point, you know, we're going to comply with what they want.
That's a question for staff. Has this happened before that, like this? Todd's nodding yes, but I mean, what was, what was the history of this? What has the board done in the past? Clearly, we see another option, and the homeowner and the client
again, it's right, and it's this weird thing of the chicken and the egg. If they would have come to us first, or if they went to HDLC first, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to cross-review it with them in tandem. Yeah, something you want to add, Emily? You look like you're ready to say something. I see fingers on the trigger on this mic right now. You good? All right.
I mean, I was just kind of stuck too with this, you know, like any types of suggestions around changes. I feel like our hands are kind of tied because
I could
they've
tell
already
you,
gotten gone before HDLC.
And so look, I mean, this is taking away the board position and just looking at it from a point of practicality of someone coming in with an application. And I guess probably because I'm dealing with this in a separate level right now of just how much confusion folks are going through, just getting things reviewed. This is like beyond insanity to me at this point where, I mean, if we were to make a decision one way and reject it based off of what you and I see, because we've been able to help put people in the right direction from this board, all we're doing is sending them back, and all it's going to do is start a stick wagging competition between us and someone else who wants to leave their imprint on how these folks develop their home. Yes, if it was a multifamily, then a lot of stuff will go away. But again, at the end of the day, it's still the structure. And by the time you do anything with any form of architectural presence in the front, it's creating more of the headaches for them just through the notion of how it was reviewed by a separate entity that doesn't necessarily take our requirements into consideration.
And I guess for me, it confused me, the non-architect, as I always have to say.
But you could lower it up. I know.
It was just the idea that just because it's a different type of multifamily or slightly different use, that it would meet all of it would be able to make all of those changes. Yep. That just was weird, yes. But now, again, not seeing it from the architecture lens, but recognizing that you all are seeing some holes in some of this, it's just concerning that we can't really make any suggested changes because this has kind of already been okayed by HDLC, and we would basically have the applicant have to start all over without a guarantee that it would be approved and could still come back with the original design that they proposed. And I don't think that's beneficial to the applicant's time.
We got to stop putting so many barriers in front of folks. Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Go ahead.
With regards to BZA docket number 116-23, my motion is to approve the request. For the requested waivers of Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, Table 11-2A for building height, Article 21, Section 21.6.AA.1 for steps and stoops encroachment, and porches and steps and stoops height. Excuse me, and that's actually for Section 21.6.AA.4. I do believe the 9 criteria have been met, but I want to add some additional comment that at the end of the day, a lot of this is largely being driven by the design review requirements, or at least the design review process and how it's being regulated by the Historic Districts and Landmarks Commission, and does create more of a nuance that the applicant will not be able to resolve otherwise. So with that, my motion is to approve it with the 3 standard provisos.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 116-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting today's commentary, as well as the applicant's submission to establish that the 9 criteria have been met, and subject to 3 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
Can you see me? BZA 117-23 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6.AA.1 of the CZO to permit the renovation of the front steps of a 2-family dwelling, resulting in excessive encroachment of the porch and steps into the front yard of the property. The applicant is permitted to have the porch encroach into the front yard up to 6 feet, is proposing a porch encroaching 9 feet into the front yard, and thus is seeking a waiver of 3 feet. As indicated in the report, the property's main residence is accessed on the 2nd floor by the front staircase and small porch. As existing today, the porch and staircase are non-compliant with the porches and steps and stoops porch encroachment setback regulation. Staff surveyed 32 properties in the surrounding Parkview Historic District area and found that only 4 are compliant with the maximum 6-foot encroachment regulation and 28 are non-compliant. However, in reviewing similar variance cases, staff found that there have not been any recent variances requested in the last 8 years near this property. If neighboring property owners wish to renovate their front porches, staircase, or stoops, in the future, they will be subject to the same compliance standards. Therefore, although the porch renovation does match the historical monumental staircase style found at numerous other locations in the area, staff believes that the requested variance fails to meet 4 criteria of the standards of variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the CZO, and that 1, there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Standard 3, the special circumstances were caused by the applicant. Standard 6, the property regulation will not result in a demonstrable hardship. And Standard 7, the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of BZA 117-23. However, should the board approve the request, staff recommends 1 proviso in which the applicant shall submit a site plan approved by the Historic District Landmarks Commission to the staff of the BZA. This plan shall be the plan for which the building permit is issued.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 117-23?
Morning. Good morning. My name's Kurt Hackstead. I reside at 2229 South Salcedo Street in New Orleans. I represent the owners for the subject property. I'd like to start by commending the work of the BZA staff. My clients and I appreciated the help that they gave us throughout the variance process, and their report showed a depth of research and professionalism. I also would like to mention, on the heels of this last case, that we had started with HDLC in our process. But in the end, the project's recommendation was to deny my client's variance request. I'm here today to give reason why we do not agree with their recommendation and ask you instead to find in our favor. All of us in this room are working to vigorously uphold the principles of the CZO. Not that any of us need reminding, but some of the key purposes of that CZO are as follows: to provide for preservation, protection, development, and conservation of natural resources, to promote the principles of sustainability, to provide for a promotion of the civic amenities of beauty and visual interest, for the preservation and enhancement of historic buildings and places, to preserve and enhance the value of structures, communities, neighborhoods that constitute the distinct places within our city. Relative to other projects brought to this board, I've heard the common question, what is the risk if this variance is granted? I'd argue in this case there's no risk, as the project's goal is to reinforce all those aforementioned CZO key principles. The subject property is located in the Parkview Historic District, adjacent to Bayou St. John, which was developed in the 1890s. In their analysis, the staff observes that in the 6-block area surrounding the subject property, 87.5% of the homes suitable for analysis have stairs which extend beyond the current CZO 6-foot limitation. That's almost 9 out of 10 houses on any given block in the Parkview neighborhood. Also, for any project, there's a minimum front yard permeability of 60%. It should be noted that the subject front yard with the existing stairs and stoops do not satisfy this criteria. The proposed design does not only satisfy the criteria, but a total permeability of 72.9% exceeds the percentage required by the CZO by 13% and by the existing front yard stairs by 16%. With respect to public comment, the staff received nothing negative concerning this variance request. I think it can be safely assumed on a highly traveled street in the Parkview historic neighborhood known for the zealous watchdogs, they see no problems with my clients proceeding with the proposed design project. What better way is there to reinforce the CZO's community principle than with another architectural stairs that promotes neighborhood interaction and adds to the neighborhood's iconography?
That's the end of your time, sir. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 117-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? I did have a couple of questions in looking at the letter that the applicant submitted, and I just wanted to clarify, because I know you were mentioning in your comments that the question that's posed is, what is the risk in granting a requested waiver? And it's actually a different question. One of the first things that we look at is what is the demonstrable hardship that the applicant would face if the requested waiver was not granted. So there's not really this risk consideration. There's the 9 criteria that that you did reference in your letter. But I did want to get to the demonstrable hardship because in your response, you referenced replacing the stairs, but that they were necessary to the structural integrity of the building. But to the staff report's statement around the design, that there could be other ways to design the stairs so as not to necessitate such a waiver. And I just wanted to get feedback on that perspective. Because based on you didn't really address the waiver. Instead, you're just addressing the need to replace the stairs, but not the need for the waiver in your analysis.
Well, the owner, out of all this, would like to have a porch like all the rest of the residences in the neighborhood. And 5 foot really doesn't give you a porch. One of the designs that we looked at was coming straight down with a stair, just like the rest of the neighborhood. A lot of the stairs come down and actually terminate at the sidewalk. So we knew that that wasn't possible, and so we didn't even propose that as a solution. So we proposed a solution that came down in a similar fashion, but to be able to get the porch, to be able to do the 3-foot extension of a facade, which is also allowable within the zoning, requires that we come 3 foot out farther with the porch.
How wide are the stairs? I couldn't tell it from the drawing.
I think 4 foot approximately, yeah. I don't know, I don't have the.
It's on page 33 of the document.
Yeah, somewhere it's in the documents.
Yeah.
And what's the dimension given there?
It says 5 feet out to out.
5
So,
feet.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we started with, like I said, I'm not.
I was going to ask that. So you've got some pilasters that look like they're added. Is that right? On either
Correct.
side of the entry, and then kind of an arch over the opening, and then the setback. Is that?
Yeah,
is that
right now
to-
the facade is just a hip roof, so it doesn't have that gable entrance. That's a new addition that's going along with the stair. Again, we work with city planning on that, and so we understood then we couldn't come out farther. The owner originally wanted a covered porch. So again, we investigated that with all the different agencies, went to HDLC, went to safety and permits, and so when we came back and proposed this solution, went back to the agencies, HDLC said it was fine, but safety and permits said, well, now you're in violation of the 6-foot stair rule, which, just looking again at the rest of the neighborhood, seemed like it was something that didn't exist, but went back, and it's hidden in one of the back articles of the. Doesn't seem right that if this neighborhood were being built at this time, that none of the houses could have those stairs that they have. And we're not asking to do something as elaborate as some of those houses are. I submitted a lot of photographs with a submission that showed, again, stairs that come straight down all the way to the sidewalk. Pro, given the fact that we're increasing the permeability of the site, we're going to demolish the driveway and any other walkways on the site, and all that will be converted to permeable
A question for Kurt, for the applicant, is where, I think we got the impression you had not yet gone to HDLC, but the record shows you did. Is this
Yes.
partial control or full control?
It's partial control. They have control over demolition.
So has the commission voted on the demolition application for this
We didn't have
project
to,
yet?
they determined that the existing facade is not historic, so anything that we do to it wouldn't come under their
Okay.
reasoning for full processing by the HDLC.
Thank you for that
So I met with
clarification.
a staff member.
Okay.
I think I included emails to that effect that we had back and forth, and I actually met personally with
So just looking at the floor plan, I think the pilaster condition creates part of why this is extending out as far as it is. The second piece is, I mean, it could look at a different approach on how to extend that overhang. So, because I think once it connects down to the porch areas when you run into the problem, as opposed to if it was a true overhang condition where it does not connect to the porch. That way you could get more of a covered porch section from the front door outward. That's one component of it. The second piece is looking at it from, it's really kind of hard to tell from the plans how the front facade is truly being modified, because it shows two different conditions. I'm seeing the narrow window, the three
Right,
vertical
that's-
windows that extend down to the first floor.
Yeah, it's existing.
Okay.
That
And,
photograph.
but that's all being removed to do,
Correct. Renovation of the
Mhm.
facade and stairs.
but it's the replacement of those three windows on the first floor with the two smaller windows that's also pushing the stair condition forward?
Yes, the stairs, well, those windows, the owner wanted, well, there are existing windows there now, but they're not operable. So the owner operable windows to provide for a second means of egress out of it.
I'm just looking at it through the plan to see what's really actually causing this to occur. I understand
Well,
the desire for the porch.
We want a porch that's more than 6 feet. We want a
I
porch
get that
that's
part.
9 feet. So if we pulled it back to 3 feet, then we'd have a porch that's 6 feet, which is not much of a porch at all. Plus, I don't
But
think.
it's 6 foot from the pilaster, correct? Okay. So I'm
Well,
coming back to my point on the pilaster condition and its overall depth. You have it drawn at a 2'6" depth
Right.
pilaster. If it's something that's reduced in profile, you may have the ability to still get that overall depth that they're looking for without having to come so much further into the front yard.
No, it'd be impossible for the front face of the building out to get a 9-foot porch other than have 9 feet.
9 feet. So back to my point, you're saying they want a 6-foot porch condition.
A 9-foot porch condition. Or
So
I
it's
think
So we're getting
We
into a
use-
conversation of desire versus necessity. And that's where we're challenged as a board against the 9 criteria, where this is purely for the request of the applicant as opposed to the condition being presented, that forces them into this scenario, which is much different from the previous application. We easily could have looked at it and said, no, do this modification, but they were pushed into that design constraint by a secondary review agency. So it's two different scenarios here versus in terms of that what we're looking at. And so it makes it actually harder when it's the 9-foot request is purely for the desire of the applicant.
I think the 9-foot request goes to usability and as a porch. Anything less than that, it's really not. They have now is 5 feet.
But the existing context across the city, I could show you 5-foot, 6-foot different 5-foot and 6-foot porch conditions all over the place that people utilize. Again, desirability versus necessity.
I think everyone I speak to about this goes back and says, well, there's stairs all over everywhere that are like this. You mean that I couldn't build a stair like that and fit into historic context? Right now, the answer is yes. There should be some amendment to the CZO that takes into account the historic context, which something trying to fit in.
So there's a whole text amendment process to the CCO that we don't review. That goes to CPC.
So just, I'm a little confused about where and this is a question for staff, where the setback, where the 6 foot of the porch is measured to. Is the setback the existing front facade? And is that because the facade itself is encroaching in or is it the average of the facades along the street? I'm just, where's that line?
Can you come to the mic because we gotta.
It is from the facade of the building going out towards the street. That's the measurement. And so it's really that roof line towards the windows, that the staircase projects out. And that's the same situation where the existing staircase doesn't meet that regulation for the same thing of the existing staircase kind of goes into the front yard in the same manner. So they're basically, it's the same condition. It's not adding more porch, but their design is still not meeting the regulations. So it's a new design, but it's the same 9 feet. I think it's maybe.
But do the pilasters that come off the face of the existing building, are the pilasters within the required setback of the primary structure?
That's a good.
I think you can.
I gotta ask staff.
I'll defer to Emily on that because
Here's my question. Flipping a card from where I was a second ago. If the extension of the pilaster moves the front edge of the building line forward and it's within the allowable buildable area, theoretically, the porch condition does not exist until the front edge of the pilaster. Yes. That's a continuation. Anytime I see a pilaster condition like that, especially when it connects down to ground, that's an extension of the front edge of the building, and that's the front theoretical line.
And that was why I was asking where the setback was, because and also looking at the adjacent houses, how is the setback determined here? If it's an existing building or if it's new construction on the front of the building, can you build out to whatever that averages of the facades along the street? And I don't know if this zoning in this neighborhood allows that, but I'm just.
I think it is.
It just boils down to if the pilasters are within an allowable buildable area. If that's the case, then it really becomes a moot point on that component.
There's a plus or minus 3 foot provision in the zoning district. You move the facade out 3 feet. The stairs are only sticking out 6 feet from where the front.
From the new facade.
Yeah.
And this is just add a note. This is the second design that they sent, so we redid the measurement, but but it's not the original part of the application, so it's a changed design.
Okay.
So they were trying to work with us and came up with this, so that might be part of the estimation, but Emily will know.
Okay.
As far as the front building line, that would be a determination from safety and permits that we would need to get. The CZO is not clear. It doesn't specifically mention a scenario like this. So I think we should get a determination from safety and permits.
Quick question. Do we know what the required setback line is for this site if it was a new structure?
If it was a new structure, we would have to determine the 2 adjacent properties and average them out, add plus or minus 3. They could also utilize the previously existing front yard setback, plus or minus 3 feet. And so what they're using right now is the existing.
Got it. All right. So, that's back to Commissioner Richardson's point about the plus or minus 3 on that component. So, strongly recommend suggesting a deferral, and the reasoning why is so that a determination can be had, and if it's deemed at that point that the pilaster condition is the new front edge of that building, I think this renders this moot, so that you may have not needed a waiver after all. But strongly suggest getting that deferral, requesting a deferral so that determination could be had. All right, Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Go ahead with your motion.
Man, there's some sausage making process up here today, boy, I tell you. Madam Chair, in regards to BZA docket number 117-23, my motion is for a 30-day deferral to give CPC time to confer with safety and permits to confirm if this waiver request is actually necessary.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 117-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to defer the item. I'm assuming 30 days is sufficient to defer the item 30 days to get additional information from safety and permits. Vote roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Yes. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez. Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
BZA 11823 is a request for variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient interior side yard setback. The site in question is located in the Uptown neighborhood with frontage on Danielle Street in an HURD2 Historic Urban 2-Family Residential District. Narrow and long in shape, interior lot F measures 14 feet 9 inches in width, 100 feet 1 inch in depth, and approximately 1,400 square feet in area according to the land survey. And according to a 1957 Sanborn map, the subject site has historically been a standalone site that contained a principal structure which maintains a common alley with the along the adjacent property, which is 3517 Danielle Street. Oops, sorry, I lost my page. Based on the report, the staff believes that the requested variance of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1 fails to meet one of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances, which is the variance will impair the adequate supply of light and air to the adjacent property, and for that reason, staff recommends denial.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 118-23?
Good morning, Board. My name is David Arevalo. I reside in 5734 Pratt Drive. I am the owner and builder. I want to plead with you 2 points in regards to the one failed criteria of adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property. Number 1, of the properties and lots surveyed by staff, all are more than double the width size of the subject lot. We are the smallest lot in total square footage. There isn't one single lot surveyed like ours. At 14 foot wide, we are a substandard size lot for the district, creating a hardship as agreed by staff. Number 2, the house that was there prior was built to the same interior side yard setback that we are asking for, as per original survey. The house was 19 feet 9 inches longer and 1 foot 1 inch wider than what we're proposing. It was next to adjacent property for at least 59 years before it was demolished due to Katrina. This shows clear evidence that building a smaller house up to same interior side yard setback does not create any issues of adequate light and air. In closing, this is a time-sensitive issue for us as the lot was purchased through the city program NORA, which imposes covenants requiring to develop the lot within 1 year. Although we submitted a complete variance application on time back in October, it was automatically deferred due to an excessive number of applications. With another month lost, I am begging for your approval so that I may continue working through the long process of permitting. I ask you to please reconsider based on the facts discussed this one fill criteria. Failing to do so would compel me to build an 8-foot wide tiny home, which is smaller than a mobile home and does not fit within the context of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 118-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Question for the applicant. It's not clear from any information we have how close the neighbor's structure is to their lot, to your lot line. Can you inform us how close it is?
So, as a contractor, we went by the stakes that were staked up by the survey company, and give or take, it's about 3 feet from the property line. But, we don't have, I'm not allowed to do a survey on a property that's not mine. But you could see on the report, the Sanborn map, where there is a distance in between properties.
You might
gotta come to the
step up
mic.
to the microphone. Yeah, that's okay.
We have spoken about this with the, I have spoken about this with the applicant. There was something about that. He said he had some survey line. I guess my biggest issue with it is that even from the picture of when the house was previous there, and from the analysis that staff performed, the house next door, it appears, and mind you, I have not gone out there with a ruler and measured, but from what we could determine, it appears that that home is built to the property line. And then they're requesting that their home be built to the property line. If it may be a foot at most. Now, he says and I don't want to disagree. Like I said, there may be something in, where the fences aren't marked properly, but to me, the fence is where the fence of the neighboring property ends. To me, that's where the property line ends. Without an official survey of where that ends, it appears that there's a foot at most.
So, again, we were going back and forth, and when I say that, we were open for suggestions, and we couldn't really get anything out of staff. But if you look at the Sanborn map, they are not, there's a space in between. And if you look at the updated survey that we submitted, there's a chain link fence outline on the survey, and that's the property line. And that's where we measured, again, give or take. I know staff had emailed me a picture of Google.
Did the survey company stake the property when they did the
Yes.
survey? Okay.
Yeah, that's where I got the measure.
Okay, I mean,
measurement.
that's what you want to work off, not the fence per se, but those stakes are it, so, okay.
Yeah, the stakes are the property
The
line.
property boundaries, yes.
And again, the reason is the width. It's not, it's 1 point out of 9. And we are building something much smaller that it used to be there for almost 60 years. And I'm going back with the original survey. So, it just comes a question of what percentage does the board would consider adequate light and air, especially when there was a structure there.
So,
I'm sorry.
no, so I'm just looking at this map, and the sandbar map shows that the property isn't not necessarily a straight line based on what's highlighted. That's not it? Okay, so that's part one. Part two, when you look at the context of the older survey that's shown, it shows on the opposite side of the property that the setback condition is only 2'2", or 2 feet and 2.2 feet, excuse me, on that survey. So I'm just concerned with regards to that piece. And the reason why I'm just looking at through that singular lens is providing the required buffer area that would be needed between the two structures. Because the building that's on the Delachaise side of the property still shows a doorway as well as windows on that side. And that's what creates a much further fire hazard, even if you did have a 1 hour firewall along that end. You wouldn't necessarily have the required width to protect the required means of egress on that side of that structure. So I think there may be, it's just causing more confusion that you may end up having to come back for a different waiver once the existing field conditions were verified. So I'm just concerned about how that appears on that end versus what's happening on the Fosho side of the property. Yeah.
And that was the suggestion. That was really all I had when it was asked, well, are there any alternatives? And the question was raised. The original survey that we provided did not show the dedicated service or dedicated alley that's on the other side of the property. So I guess my suggestion was to move it, the nonconformity to the other side where there is an existing property and that that maybe that condition could be met. But there's no ability to move it to the other side because there's a dedicated alleyway there.
But the alley is less than 3 feet, right? So,
Correct.
So I guess my question, and I go back to the survey question, like, I mean, get a survey. I mean, I know you have to work with the neighbor, but get a survey, and then you can prove how far off, and I wouldn't trust anything out there. Rods can move, and, you know, stakes can move,
Well,
so.
unfortunately, that property is vacant. We have tried numerous times to try to get in touch with the neighbors. It's actually been.
The fence is open though, correct? The fence doesn't run continuous along that property line?
No, no.
They could still, they can easily still survey to the edge of that property.
Next door.
So, again, just my understanding, our property is staked out for property lines. You guys
Correct.
want me to get a survey on someone else's property?
No.
Know how far the neighboring property is from your property line, so that if, you know, there is I mean, what I'm worried about is just, you can't get any access back there if there's a
Correct.
fire, or if there's, you know, stuff just gradu fills up in that space. I
Yep.
mean, there's sort of
there's-
a 3 feet is kind of, that's already the minimum, so.
And there seems to be dispute on whether there's 3 feet or not. So
Right.
in order to confirm it, then it makes sense to determine the distance.
Let me
to
ask
get
the board,
confirmation.
what would be, say it's 2 feet, 3 feet, you guys are saying that would, again, to clarify.
So let me be clear. This is not about the board saying that. You have a life safety issue. So understanding what you're going to deal with from a code standpoint down the road, it would behoove you to go ahead and find out exactly what is the existing conditions in the field so you can understand exactly where to stake. Because you could easily come in here and ask for a different setback requirement on that side that still grants the 3 foot clear that's necessary for the adjoining property. So one, you do need to go ahead and get your surveyor to still evaluate the other conditions. I know you brought up the point of concern about this coming through Nora and you're running up against your deadline. We've had that come before us before. You could easily go to them and ask for an extension of time or establish some level of grievance saying that you're still here waiting to get some clarification or entitlement rights for the future development of property, especially considering the substandard condition of this lot. So you have every tool you have every resource in your tool belt to go ahead and get this moving forward and getting it done the appropriate way. But you do need to get this surveyed appropriately to understand what is that actual setback condition. Because even if you were to go to BBSA down the road, the question is going to come up then, and they're going to ask you the same thing.
Okay. Is there anything else with the building design that you guys have an issue, or I'm just trying to get feedback. It's the first time I get a chance to, the staff says, hey, you guys are the ones that make the decision, and I just want to see.
I mean,
I'm going to let the three architects have this one because I'm going to say I'm retired now. Go ahead.
Well, then I need to.
Jose's turn.
I mean, I was going to look at it from just a site design standpoint, and that dedicated alley, and I have a dedicated alley at my house, and it's it's a fun thing to live with. But if you shift the building over, then you start to get into issues with openings and distance from the property line as well. So I think, it is possible, I think, to do some rated openings, but anyway, this starts to get into beyond our board. But as Todd had indicated the BBSA as well, so.
Yeah, I would say you've taken the right approach in terms of if you get any closer to that lot line, you're going to have issues. And as Todd mentioned, you get to go to another board. So I think satisfying our concern about how close you are and answering definitively how close you are to that adjacent property will give us the comfort to approve this.
Great.
So I'm not sure how much time it's going to require you to get that, and not trying to extend your timeline too much, but I would strongly suggest a 60-day deferral to give you the time to go through all of these things and get it all verified.
I can get it done within the 30 days, if it's okay.
All right.
Well, before
Yeah.
that, I think we got a weird schedule right now because we're,
Yeah,
I guess February's closer than it is normally.
February's closer. I mean, we're literally, what, 2 weeks out? A little over 3 weeks.
So what's the submission deadline for the February meeting?
Our staff reports are due by February 5th, so 1 week from today. However, if it's something small like this that we can work into our report, we can give a little bit more latitude. Ultimately, it's up to Ava as the assigned planner and her workload.
You can just slip the map in.
Got it.
That was the last submission deadline.
Okay.
Okay.
And that would be February 12th.
Okay. All right, so Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions? Proceed.
With regards to BZA docket number 118-23, my motion's for a 1-month deferral to the February agenda to give the applicant time to get further survey details and better inform the application.
And I'll second.
With regards to BZA docket 118-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to defer this item 30 days. Roll call vote. Todd James?
Yes.
Jose Alvarez?
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz?
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez?
Yay.
Jason Richards?
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next
Thank you.
item.
The next item is BZA 11923 for a property located at 2320, 2322 South DeBrigney Street. This request is from the variance for provisions of Article 12, Section 12.3A1, Table 12-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a two-family residence with insufficient rear yard setback. In accordance with Article 12, Section 12.3.A.1, Table 12-2, the minimum rear yard setback in the HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed-Use District is 20% of the lot depth, or 15 feet, whichever is lesser. The applicant is seeking a variance to permit the construction of a two-family residence with a deck and attached storage shed in the required rear yard. The subject site's current conditions pose no limitations on the site's buildable area. The purpose of the variance is based exclusively upon the applicant's desire to construct a two-family residence with a proposed 20-foot yard setback. However, zoning regulations do not necessitate a 20-foot front yard setback, where the applicant could provide a smaller front yard, which would lessen the encroachment and potentially comply with the required rear yard setback. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 12, Section 12.3A1, Table 12-2, rear yard setback fails to meet the 9 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 4.6F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance would confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. The change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. The variance will be detrimental to the public welfare, and the variance will impair the adequate supply of light to the adjacent property. Staff recommends denial of the requested variance. However, the applicant is requesting a 30-day deferral to be present for the public hearing.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 119-23? Is there anyone here in support of the applicant? Anyone here in opposition? And had you had any communications?
Yes, the applicant was planning on attending the meeting January 8th, but with the special meeting, they just couldn't attend, so they're requesting to be deferred to February just to be here to answer any questions.
Is a motion in order?
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 119-23, my motion is for deferral to the February agenda.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 119-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to defer the item till next meeting. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
The next item is, we'll now begin with the new business for variances. The next item is BZA docket 001-24 for the property at 5505 Music Street. This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 22, Section 22.8A, BII, Article 22, Section 2211D1, and Article 22, Section 2211D2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the retention of a parking pad located between the front facade and front lot line for the property at 5505 Music Street in Gentilly. On February 15th, 2023, the applicant received a zoning violation for a non-compliant parking pad. The applicant is seeking to bring their pad into compliance via the variance process. The subject property is a corner lot which is developed with a single-family home constructed in 2022. According to the applicant, there were several large oak trees on the rear of the property straddling the line with the adjacent property, which precluded their ability to place their parking pad in the compliance location. The staff believes that the requested variances fail to meet criteria 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 of the standards of variances, and that literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. The variance will alter the essential character of the locality, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances. However, the staff believes that a variance of Article 22, Section 22.4, Table 22.1, off-street vehicle bicycle parking requirements to permit a single-family residence with insufficient off-street parking does satisfy the standards of variances. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the variance of Article 22, Section 22.4A, Table 22-1, subject to 2 provisos.
Good morning.
You
My
can
name
pull
is
it up a
Kaisha.
little bit if you need to.
Good morning. My name is Kaisha Lyman Joseph. I'm representing KRJ Enterprises, Kenneth Joseph, the applicant. The initial plan, once we purchased the property from Nora, was to clear the lot of all trees and debris. We were able to successfully do that with the exception of those 2 trees in the back because it did encroach on the neighboring rear property. But we had no idea that it would affect the ability to pour a parking pad. Moving forward, once we got to that particular point, we realized we could not pour the parking pad as we had no room, and we poured the parking pad in the front. There was no other alternative per permits because the original parking pad was to the left of the property, but it didn't have enough room to pour a parking pad per code.
That's the end of your comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 001-24? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Just a quick question to staff to clarify that the The way that the staff report reads now, the recommendation would be to deny the parking pad and then to grant a waiver, a parking waiver?
Yes.
Okay.
May I ask for clarification on that? What does that actually mean?
So that would mean that you would not have, and staff, you can weigh in if needed, but you would have to remove the current parking pad, and then you would be granted and bring back the condition where the parking pad is located to remove the ability to, I think it's the curb cut, and then you would not have an off-street parking space. So you would have a waiver from off-street parking.
So I wouldn't have the owner wouldn't have the enjoyment of having a parking space, off-street parking, but everybody else around her would?
Yes.
I mean, I can't speak to the other properties, but what I can say is that this property would not have an off-street parking space.
I think this is my first time coming to something like this. I think we need to request a deferment so we can seek counsel.
Okay.
Because we do not, that's not fair.
Yeah,
And I don't know if anybody else, before we get to that point, if anybody had any other.
Well,
I was just asking for clarity to understand what the recommendation was.
I'm sure one of my other board members might say something about it to the similar effect, but the drawings that were prepared for this, we've seen this many times where drawings that actually that aren't right, or the building proceeded because it wasn't designed properly. I mean, I know that you talked about the stuff in the backyard, but I suspect that this site, the hearing that the building didn't fit on the site or whatever, well, it's because the person that did the drawings didn't really take the time. And at a certain point, I'm losing patience with this particular professional of record who puts their name on drawings. And this has happened now many times where projects come before us and we're being asked to fix something that really is a professional lack of due diligence on a project. Yeah. Mr. Pencilman. So I'm just, and then I look at the language of it, and it's like, the architect says that these plans have been properly examined by the underside. I've determined that they comply with the following existing state and local codes. And then there's another little thing in here that if, it's actually on the contractor to get it right, and it's just frustrating to me. It's been on this board for many years now, and this is driving me crazy that, so I'd go back to the architect as well.
Architect, and I know this guy has.
And so, I think that this is just, it's unfortunate because it's putting you in a bad position. So.
Agreed.
And I'll tell you, you're probably the fifth person in the better part of 3 months and it's not you, it's him.
So we get penalized.
And I was going to ask.
You could sue the pants off of him as a professional record. Sorry.
The property has been sold to a new buyer. We received a certificate of occupancy in November, and this, I guess, violation came in February. So if it were a problem, we could have addressed it if it were determined at the certificate of occupancy, when they determined that. So you think you're good, and then the city comes back and says, no, you're not. I don't understand that.
Question to staff, was the pouring of the pad in its current location actually approved by safety and permits, or was it something that the applicant just kind of did in good faith, thinking they were doing the right thing?
Because there was no other option, because the other option, the potential option was on the property line, and it was not per code. Like, it was
too close.
Yes.
Boundary, yeah.
Yes.
That technically, unfortunately, this isn't to code either. So that's why the staff is recommending the removal of the parking pad, bringing it back to the original existing condition, and actually giving this property the waiver of not having a parking pad.
But the enjoyment, like the other taxpayers in the neighborhood, and they do have, the neighbor across the street has a parking pad in the front, and they have one on the side. So they have an option for 2 different off-street parking options, whereas this particular applicant will not have any at all.
I hear you. I can't speak to the
And I was going to
neighbor.
ask, I don't know if it's to staff or one of the lovely architects, in looking at what we have now, was there any room? I am not going to claim to see anything, but was there any way to find a compliant location for a parking spot?
No, ma'am. Oh,
No,
you're
I'm asking staff.
The plans that were approved as part of the permit do show a compliant parking pad in the rear yard with access via a curb cut on the corner side yard of the site. But I don't think that took into account the trees.
Gotcha.
But this is saying that there's a 4-foot trunk and a 2-foot trunk, and that tree is on the property line. But, I mean, unless the critical root zone is being impacted in some kind of way, I could see how the parking pad still could have been moved closer. The one that was proposed still could have been moved closer to the actual structure and still being in compliance based off of what I'm seeing in the permit application.
Or the actual size of the pad that was proposed?
See, that's the problem. When you get into a larger size pad, you're creating more of a concern for yourself through that, as opposed to what's the minimum requirements for a parking pad.
But I guess when you're not necessarily new, but when it's approved by the architect, when it's approved by the city, when it's approved by everyone else, you don't think about that. You just think about, well, can this particular parking pad with this size go here? It can't go here because of the trees. Okay, well, where can it go? It can go in the front.
Did your professional architect suggest the location of where the pad was eventually poured?
No. So we went to permits. I have his name on a card, and he said, well, maybe we can put it back in the original space. It couldn't fit. It wasn't to code, and that was it. I mean, we just went where we could put it, or we thought we could put it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there lies the rub.
So just to clarify, what I'm looking at in the document is a as-built drawing, or is that the design drawing?
This is the
as-built. So so was the architect
It's the
involved
same
in this
one.
discussion at all? Same architect?
Same one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was this drawing that we have that was put in when you applied for the driveway permit
No.
later? No, okay.
This is for this submission, yeah.
This is for this, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, it's hard for me to
not
judge
an
what's
not
going
a
on with the
report.
back of the property because I'm not seeing it
Yeah.
drawn with dimensions to say why it doesn't work with those trees. But regardless, it's pretty close to the corner as well. So you can't park alongside.
So maybe just to kind of help give everybody clarity, because I'm kind of cheating looking over someone's shoulder, maybe if we could suspend the rules and ask Emily to forward at least the PDF from the actual permit application, because that's not in the report. And it does at least provide what was initially shown.
That'd be great, to be able to see
So
that.
if, Madam Chair, if I put a motion to suspend the rules, and I'm putting up a motion to
Got it.
suspend the rules for us to receive the PDF of the original permit plan.
And I second.
Okay.
Okay, and as
It's
far as
let me get through the procedure, sorry. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to suspend the rules and accept additional documents on BZA docket 001-24. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest. Yay. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Go ahead.
No, I'm waiting on Emily to actually forward it.
May I?
Just since we have, you gotta wait till we ask a question, sorry.
Well, what that's going around, it looks like, I mean, the Google Street View only really shows the property not being there, it just shows the trees on the back. It looks like the oak tree that is further down, I guess the one that is 4-foot trunk in diameter, it's right at the property line right now, right? It looks like it has a lot of underbrush. Is that tree can be clean?
We cleaned it. There's other trees on that.
Uh-huh.
When you look at Google, so
Yeah.
we cleaned what we could that was encroaching on this side, like.
On your side, yeah.
Yes. And we took down the other trees that were on that lot as well, just not the ones that were bordering the property line.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So there's one closer to the sidewalk and that
Yes.
big oak. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can imagine that that tree's much bigger now. It's like the last version of this Google Earth is 2019.
Yes, sir.
So that is a much bigger tree by now.
Yes, sir. Actually, we started in 21,
Mm-hmm.
late 21, December of 21.
Not sure if y'all have received it.
Yep, we got it.
So my only concern comes back to just looking at this set of what was submitted. It's showing that that driveway was supposed to be set back 5 feet off the property line. So even on a 4-foot tree, even with a critical root zone, that would actually probably be sufficient. No, I'm not an arborist, but. And that parking pad could have been extended towards the rear patio.
And it is possible to detail it so that with
For the
gravel,
trenching,
well,
correct.
you can do like true grit and gravel instead of concrete. But it's still not the greatest thing for the tree. But an arborist could advise on that.
Is the parking pad that you guys poured wider than the 9 feet shown in the proposed drawing?
It is.
It's 16.
Yes, sir.
You went ham on the front, and you shouldn't have.
Would you like me to reduce it
I
to 9?
don't think, I was just about to say,
But right
before you
now
go
it's
down
gonna
that road,
go
that's not the
issue.
issue. That's not at all the issue.
Yeah. Because the curb cut itself, I think, is at a minimum of 12. And it's showing, yeah, is it 9 or 12? Yeah, it's 12 max, and it's wider than that. That's another waiver.
And so just to, I guess, for staff and for other board members, as we're looking at the original plan, is the way that the property has been built, is this null and void? I mean, like, can this not be looked at as an option now, or? I'm just trying to understand sort of where we are at this point in light of this, this parking location.
Are you asking whether the rear parking location is null and void? I wouldn't say so. Y'all have referenced wanting the determination of an arborist. I think that might be ultimately what is needed to rule that out or not.
Okay. And so what we're kind of discussing is trying to figure out, clearly the current location it won't work as it's situated. So in looking at the plans that were originally submitted with the permit, to try to go back to that original location in the rear and determining the viability of moving the parking to that location.
For our arborist.
And have an arborist look at the tree. Somebody say
So,
something.
I'll save you.
It's a
So
huge,
the arborist would need to evaluate it to see if that, what the actual proposed location was, if it falls within a critical root zone for the placement of that pad. But even with that, I mean,
Well, it
you could
probably
still,
I'm sure it
you
does.
could still pay, it probably does,
Yeah.
but I mean, we still have to We would have to eliminate the original plan location as not viable.
But I mean, there are ways to mitigate the critical root zone issue.
Correct.
So
And
I
root
would,
prune, there's 3 or 4 different ways we could deal with it.
you just don't want to like go and hack out all the roots and pour a concrete slab.
Well,
But there's
what,
other ways.
That's what we were trying to avoid because
Yeah.
we didn't know if it was going to be valuable. We were gonna,
Yeah.
it would make sense to do so.
Well, I mean, I've seen some examples of people.
And is the pad can be thinner, like wider?
It can be smaller too,
Yeah,
right?
like, it could
just
be what
the,
it says.
It could just be the strips, yeah.
Mhm.
But I think
You can minimize that impact even further by the design of the parking pad.
Yeah. You just want to. There's ways to design the gravel and the kind of to make sure that the car doesn't put more load on the and the concrete doesn't put load on the tree.
Yep.
Understood.
The request was to defer, right?
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, I think that was the original, but before we got to that, I just wanted to at least have the discussion to see if there was, to the applicant's point, to now lose that parking space, to see if there was a viable alternative location.
But if it could be put back there, then you could withdraw the waiver, right? Or is there something else that's in the waiver that would or withdraw the request? I mean,
That was going to be my next question to Emily. If this was just denied now, would the applicant still be able to put a parking pad within the location already approved by safety and permits per an arborist giving it the okay?
They would. If the board denies this request for the front yard parking, the applicant would have to remove the existing front yard parking pad, restore the curb, and place a compliant parking space in the rear yard of the site.
My next part B to that question, per the staff recommendation, if we granted a variance for a parking pad so that we waived that requirement, would they still be allowed to put a parking pad if one would be possible in the original location? And if not, they wouldn't have to come back because we've already granted the waiver that they wouldn't have one at all.
Yes.
She asked, before we get there, the applicant asked before making that determination, she needed to just decide if that option was viable to have them no longer have a parking space at all. That's how we got to this conversation to begin with, because she originally asked for a deferral.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem giving her the deferral. I'm just asking a separate question about the fact that if she's stuck out of luck, would she be able to put one back there if she could? That's all I was asking.
Yes, even if the board were to approve this kind of modified recommendation, there's nothing preventing the applicant from adding parking, even if there was a waiver for zero parking granted. Yeah.
I just want to be clear on that, kind of gives her freedom of movement.
I mean, I just hate to keep going down all of the different what-ifs at this point, and just rather, if the deferral is the cleanest option to give time to look at, because we've laid a lot on the table, and not go down all of the different scenarios at this point, given the hesitancy from the applicant.
So one is arborists, get a report. Two is see if we can, once the arborists make their decision, see if we can put a pad at the front, at the back, I'm sorry. And, but the front option is not an option at all, not even if you reduce it.
No.
Correct.
yeah, and actually, I would. The arborist is maybe part of it, but you might want to talk to a landscape architect that knows how to detail that tree, because an arborist might not have that detail, right? They might tell you to go talk to a landscape architect to make that proper design recommendation for what to put on the tree. But an arborist would be a good starting point.
Okay.
And if you are able to work out the rear parking space, you could withdraw this variance request entirely and not have to come back before the board.
Okay, so how long will we have to get rid of the front parking pad?
If you get to if you have the alternative location.
Yes.
I believe it's 30 days to come into compliance, but that is a safety and permits enforcement issue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
There's no way
questions?
we can have the front parking, not even if you reduce it to 12.
Well, let me just say, we haven't made a decision on it, and based on the information in front of us and seeing that there's this possibility of an alternative location in the back, it would be unlikely that you would be successful on getting the location in the front.
It just creates a precedent. I mean, there's no way to keep it in the front, quite honestly, just because it creates a legal precedent that I don't think, I mean, speaking for myself, not comfortable approving.
Just the surrounding neighbors on the corners, they have front parking, right? And rear parking.
So we don't have all of those in front of us to know all of the circumstances. There may be very different circumstances that have allowed it. We can't say for certain if they've even been approved. So we really don't know. So all we have is this item that's in front of us.
And just for you guys' education on this piece, often what you'll see, this rule was modified quite a bit some time ago. So those rules did change in terms of how parking pads are allowed within front yards. What you may see more often than not is a driveway that extended past the front edge of the property. So yes, they may have a driveway that comes up to the front, but then it extends past the front of the building, and their compliant parking pad is behind the face of the building.
Understood.
Yeah.
If, in the event I provide proof of that not being the case, would that be considered, along with the arborist report, along with the landscape
Not for the front
architect?
yard.
Okay.
All right, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Just at the request of the applicant, my motion is to proceed with the 30-day deferral for BZA docket number 001-24.
Second.
Are we, it's 30 days in terms of what work we're asking to be done?
For now, yes, just considering what they may need to get done. They may go out there and study it and realize that they could put a compliant stall in and withdraw it.
Okay.
This sounds like a transaction already occurred. You want to get this over with.
Do.
There you go. We'll stick with the 30.
Okay. But we still may need time, because we want to check with the
Thinking of the timeline,
And if we need to extend it at that
yeah.
point, fine, but I think once you realize that you do have a space that you could provide one in the backyard, honestly, just looking at what I see and understanding the condition of the survey of those trees, I think you can still put in a compliant parking stall in the rear, and you'll know that pretty quickly.
Okay. And about that lawsuit, suit pants off who?
I gotta be careful, because
I was
know
gonna
he's
say
already burnt up with me. I could
You're
care,
already
I
on
could
record
care
with
two
that,
less.
sir.
Oh, psh, hey, look, I've been on record with way more than that over 12 years. He's the least of my concerns.
Okay, no, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, for my benefit.
There's a long list of architects out there. You could pick somebody else.
I got you. Thank you. We've done that already.
So we have
Motion on the floor.
Yeah, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second, with regards, to BZA docket 001-24. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to defer this item 30 days, allowing the applicant to conduct further research to determine a more compliant location of the parking. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yeah.
Jason Richards,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the next item is BZA 002-24. It's a request for variances from the provisions of Article 10, Section 10-3A, Table 10-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a bar with insufficient open space ratio. The site is currently developed with multiple uses, most notable as a bar with a live entertainment known as Fat Cats. The entire building area is 10,230 square feet across 3 floors. A portion of the structure is currently 3 stories, while the other portion is limited to 1 story. The applicant is seeking a waiver from the minimum open space. The scope of the work is to maintain the existing bar with the live entertainment establishment footprint, and to demolish the existing single-story building next to the corner. structure, adding 2 additional floors and increasing the footprint to 16,206 square feet of total building area. There is also a proposed addition of 2 dwelling units on the 3rd floor, proposed short-term rentals. Staff analyzed 68 properties within the Vieux Carré Commission District of the French Quarter, including the subject site. When looking at the surrounding area, properties in totality, 9 properties, or 13%, are compliant with open space requirements, and 59 properties, or 87%, are non-compliant. The open space historically provided on the site is substandard by modern zoning regulations. Despite these circumstances, in this instance, the applicant is proposing to demolish the existing single-story portion of the structure to build a 3-story new construction. During the plan to demolish, the special condition or circumstance having a structure without open space is foregone, giving the applicant the opportunity to increase the permeable open space on the ground floor, that is, with a permeable inner courtyard. As such, there are no special conditions. The applicant has created an opportunity to provide more space should a different design concept be considered. While the applicant is within their rights to include additional permitted uses such as dwelling units or commercial short-term rentals, the site is still required to comply with the current zoning regulations. As such, the applicant could potentially reduce the footprint of the proposed structure and create an opportunity to provide the required 20% permeable open space, or attempt to approve the existing condition by providing some percentage of open space as requested. Open space and request a smaller waiver. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of BZA docket 00224.
You could give your name and address for the record.
I'm Ralph Long, architect for the project, 601 Papworth Avenue, Metairie. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to be here today to speak in behalf of this proposal, and also want to commend the staff for such a thorough report. I was quite impressed with the statistics. I know the board strives to be fair and work within the best interest of the city. I'm a lifelong resident of our city, and I feel the same way. Background. Our team has been working on this project for well over a year and has participated in numerous meetings with neighborhood groups, the VCC, and other interested parties. In our meetings and conversations with the VCC, together we have found a common ground in which we can enhance the cityscape of this corner. Let's look at what's there now. As you can see from the photographs, this is one of the least attractive parts of the French Quarter, basically a stretch of blank wall with no fenestration, stark and somewhat intimidating, lacking openings, a balcony, or overhang, and the VCC is on board with our architectural design and building massing and has granted conceptual approval. An alternative. We explored a workaround alternative to avoid demolition and build 2 additional floors on the top, thus keeping intact its non-conforming state. But it became obvious that that would be much more expensive and risky proposition, but still could remain a viable option. So let's look at the facts. Historically, this property has had 100% coverage for a longer period than actually having some open space. The staff report states this condition is not at all uncommon. In fact, it is almost the norm. Per the report, 100% of the corner properties analyzed do not meet the open space requirements, and 87% of all other properties surveyed are non-compliant. And the properties that do have historic courtyards, most of those do not meet the current permeability requirements. It is plain to see that these facts address criteria 1, 3, and 4 as being met. Let's look at precedent. Each previous variance for open space was approved because they were non-compliant historically. Not one was denied. In light of this information, the denial of our request would deprive my client of benefits given to others. As you can see, now condition number 6 is met. And let's look at reality. If an interior courtyard were to be carved out at grade level per current zoning regulations, this required outdoor space would undoubtedly add to the ambient neighborhood noise and eventually degenerate into an outdoor utility area, not a postcard French Quarter courtyard. In fact, our design does incorporate open space by strategically placing an upper-level courtyard between the existing remaining green-rated portion of the building and the proposed new construction. This new courtyard will lend light and air to the interior spaces surrounding it. From the air, the main roof will be seen as having an opening down to this courtyard. It should be noted that at the NPP meeting, only 2 interested parties showed up out of only over 300 mailings. Their main concerns were if a rooftop bar were planned and if the proposed work would disturb the foundations of the neighboring buildings.
And that's the end of your time, sir.
Okay.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 002-24?
Good afternoon. I'm Renee Burgoyne. I'm the Deputy Director of the Bucharest Commission. And I'm just here to, if you guys have any questions about how we got to this point, you have the letter of our support. And I'm just here if you guys need anything. Thanks.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 002-24? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
A question for the applicant. Is the space that is kind of a courtyard now is filled with a roof, correct? Can you describe what exists there and the space of the building that's getting torn down to be built new?
Okay, what exists there now is a one-story space that's been botched up over the years. It's got a tin roof on top of it, and it's mainly used for storage for the establishment. It has no historical value, as evidenced from the VCC reports.
So the need to tear it down is just to put in foundations for a taller structure, essentially?
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
Mhm.
And we looked at alternatives to try to go through that structure and build above, but it seemed like it opened up a whole lot of risky propositions at that point.
But just to be clear, some of the later renderings show a balcony at the entresol level. That's not happening, right? That's just an old rendering? The current one is it, because there's a little discrepancy between some of the elevations and some of the perspectives that are in the set. So I was just, not just the last one, but the kind of your overview drawings show a little bit different facade.
There is a balcony at the upper level of the existing building on the corner.
But not on the new one. And then
On
I guess
the new addition would have
I'm
galleries.
sorry. Yes, but it doesn't line up. There wasn't another new one on the existing building. The other question I was going to ask is it's hard for me to visualize without going into a program and drawing this myself, but I'm trying to figure out what 20% looks like, or whatever the percentage is that's required, 20%, what that would look like in this footprint. I mean, I know it has an impact on the ground floor and use and everything, but I'm just trying to square it in my head spatially, because you've got this kind of L-shaped building that's existing. Let's not talk about the new building for a second. And there's 2 windows that face into what looks like the old courtyard. So I'm assuming that historically that wall would have carried down to the ground floor. Is there?
Yeah, but it's not. Currently, it has steel posts.
It's been blown out.
Been all blown out and expanded into that 1-story section.
Okay. So the whole ground floor is columns and. Okay.
Right, and what we're looking at and worked out with the View Carre Commission was leaving those windows on that 3rd level and that whole wall facade intact, and that creates our upper level courtyard.
Yeah, I got it. The kind of light, the light well that's
trying to
up
get
there.
the open space in spirit here.
Yeah, got it.
For the courtyard space that you're creating, you're rendering in green, that's probably going to be a hardscape, right? It's not going to be landscape.
Hasn't been decided, but
It'll be hardscape. Yeah. And it's the city making you some sort of, because it's a lot of the new construction, water management for the site?
haven't gotten that far.
Are there any other questions from the board?
I think what I'm struggling with here a little bit is, we review projects objectively, and we look at the 9 criteria, and we look at all of the different, options and ways of doing things. And if we see an option, it's hard to meet all the criteria. I understand the limitations, the challenges of the historic building. It got a good precedent. And so I was just kind of doing the math numbers and looking at the site, and there is a way you could put a courtyard in here functionally and still make a really good building. But I do understand what you guys are trying to accomplish here. So I'm just kind of on this, I'm having a hard time in my head squaring some of the criteria. So I'm being wishy-washy, but that's my challenge as I look at this.
What's the program on the second floor of the addition? Where the courtyard would extend below?
The second floor would be a continuation of the ground floor use and mostly be probably offices up onto the new construction side. Currently on the second floor, currently has office space up there for the business. So that would become part of the ground floor use, and then that office space would be pushed over toward that new construction.
So it just hasn't been completely planned out as just a lease space, correct? On the first floor is just, I'm not seeing any planned development on the first floor. It's just saying that it's
Well,
almost
the
just a
first
white
floor
box.
currently is Fat Cats.
Right, but in
And
terms
so
of-
it'll continue to remain. That's the business at that location.
I guess because it's just showing it as a zone within the floor plan for what's proposed for the ground floor area, and not really showing the dedication of how a program may leak into that area in order to get to the open space requirement.
Do you know the percentage of the building area that the courtyard you have represents relative to site
You
area?
know, I knew you were going to ask that, and I
Yeah.
don't have
Yeah, okay.
that information.
10%, yeah.
But I do want to reiterate that per the staff report, every request has been granted for an open space waiver in this area. And none of the other properties have open space. And this one, it's been 100 years or more that's not had open space there.
And in some of those cases, because we just had one recently, that was largely tied to existing paver condition inside that courtyard, and it usually depends on the makeup of that courtyard construction when that has come in front of us before. So, as you know, most of these courtyards are concreted over, flagstone, or some other form of granite paver system, as opposed to when something's being completely removed, and then we now have a clear situation to grade. Does that then change the nuance of how we review that application?
Well, that goes back to my original question. Is there any way to do this without demolishing the structure, in which case you don't have an issue?
Again, we looked at that, and then the VCC actually requested that we get this waiver because they thought it would be they're in favor of doing this, but they said it would be a much less risky proposition than trying to shoehorn this in with that existing building and the neighboring buildings. Let's start from scratch. In essence, you're rebuilding it anyway, you know,
Okay.
so it would be really just kind of an exercise in semantics at that point.
Okay.
All right. Madam Chair, I'm going to take a swing at this one if no other questions.
Are there any other questions from board members?
No.
Go ahead.
Must be the season of giving. Madam Chair, in regards to BZA docket number 002-24, my motion will be for the approval of the requested waiver of Article 10, Section 10.3.A, Table 10.2 for minimum open space ratio. As it pertains to the 5 remaining 9 criteria that were not met, I think it's important to understand the nuance of how the structure, while there's no special conditions particular to the land because there's the demolition of the property, when we look at how this existing structure and the sensitivity of how to stabilize it is of paramount importance, especially with the regulatory entity taking review of it with VCC's comments. I think that criteria is met in order to protect the inherent structure, so that is a special circumstance. As it pertains to, and I think that also applies to criteria 3 as well as 4. As it pertains to criteria 6 and 7, it does come back to the strict adherence of this requirement is usually harder to meet within the VCC jurisdiction as it pertains to how courtyard conditions are created, but more importantly, how do you then proceed to drain as well as maintain those conditions if we were to provide some level of open space within this area. So just based on those comments, I believe the 5 remaining criteria are met, and we'll move for approval with the standard 3 provisos unless there's a 4th.
Staff would recommend 2 provisos. The first one would be a revised site plan with VCC's stamped approval, and the second proviso requesting a certificate of appropriateness from VCC, or I don't know what they're called.
So, okay. And the first one would address the plans. Since it's VCC certificate of appropriateness, that addresses the plans that are required with the 3 standard provisos.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We have the standard proviso that the plans that would need to be submitted for BZA to review. You're stating that if we use the certificate of appropriateness from VCC, that would suffice in place of that one? Or do I need to add the VCC certificate of appropriateness on top of that initial proviso?
That's the certificate of appropriateness is usually a separate proviso.
Okay.
So for this first proviso, staff is just recommending a site plan only, and that would be approved by VCC. And that's what we would use to sign off on our end.
All right, so just having that clarification, just the 2 provisos is noted.
Second the motion.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 002-24, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, and adopting the applicant's submission as well as the commentary for today to satisfy establishment that the 9 criteria have been met, and subject to 2 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest. Yay. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Next item is BZA docket 003-24 for a property located at 69 North Park Place. This request is for variances from provisions of Article 13, Section 13.3.b.1.b, Article 21, Section 21.6.n.1.a, Article 22, Section 22.8.1.b.ii, Article 22, Section 22.11.d.1, Article 22, Section 22.11.d.2, and Article 22, Section 22.11.a.1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family dwelling with a front-facing parking pad not located at least 5 feet behind the front facade of the principal building, a fence in the front yard that is open, and a parking pad located between the front facade and front lot line. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 22, Section 22.8.1.b.ii, parking pad design location, Article 22, Section 2211.d.1, parking pad design location, and Article 22, Section 22.11.d.2, parking pad design, fail to meet the criteria of 5, 6, 8, and 9 of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that 5, granting of the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. 6, the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. 8, the variance will be detrimental to public welfare. And 9, the variance will endanger the public safety. Additionally, based on the report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 13, Section 13.3.b.1.b, parking area location, and Article 21, Section 21.6.n.a, open fence, fail to meet criteria 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9 of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that 2, literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. 4, the variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. 5, granting of the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. 6, the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. 8, the variances will be detrimental to public welfare. And 9, the variance will endanger the public safety. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances. Further, the applicant would like to defer this item for 30 days in order to revise the site plan.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 003-24?
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Roniger. Current address is 44 West Park Place, right around the corner from the subject property here. First of all, thank you for allowing me to come today. Thank you to the wonderful work that you've done. Also, this is my first time in this process, and it is fascinating. I can't believe people get to come here and watch this for free. I'm sure, like, having to do it, on repeated schedules is probably more frustrating, but it's so interesting to watch you, square up the rules versus the intention and justification. So, thank you. As Sarah mentioned, we would like to request a deferral to the next meeting, so I guess not the 30 days, but I think that will give us enough time to do what we need to do to remove some of the conditions that would necessitate the variance request, because again, we had no clue what we were asking for, I think, when we put it down on paper. And ultimately, I think our desire would be to replace the parking pad with a garage structure, which would be more consistent with the neighborhood and would be in line with more recently approved variances. So with that being said, I think that's the only thing I would ask is if there's what else we should bring to the next meeting to ensure that I make the decision simple and easy as we move forward. Because in the last couple hours, that's what I've determined is the simpler the better. And next time I'll bring lunch and snacks.
For yourself, just for yourself.
Of
Nice
course,
try.
no, of course, yes, sorry.
Nice try.
But that's all. Requesting for a deferral, as well as any additional information that you may be able to share that we could bring, documentation with us next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 003-24? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Just a quick suggestion. I do know that stretch really, really, really well, especially with how those houses are configured. Just maybe get some of the photographs, because I believe as you move away from the end of the end of the cul-de-sac at the end of Park, I think there's a series of homes that have garages that are up against the property line, some set back, some aren't. Just take photographs of those and probably attach that to your report.
And just one quick note, it's not necessarily simplicity, it's clarity.
Clarity.
It's okay if it's complex, but make it clear.
Yeah, less is more. Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions from the board? You could go ahead.
Madam Chair, my motion for BZA docket number 003-24 is for a deferral to the February agenda at the request of the applicant.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 003-24, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to defer the item to the next meeting. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next, the next item is BZA 004-24 for the property at 6167 Katina Street. The applicant is proposing to construct a swimming pool in the front yard along French Street, and all proposed mechanical equipment will be located in the interior side yard of the property. The Department of Safety and Permits determined as a part of its zoning review that the subject site is not compliant with Article 21, Section 21.6 EE 1 swimming pool location, and Article 21, Section 21.7 Table 21-2 permitted encroachments into required yards for swimming pools. Therefore, the applicant is seeking variances to permit a swimming pool in the front yard. The staff believes there is a special circumstance as the house fronts on French Street. However, the site's technical front yard is located along Katina Street. As such, the site's rear yard measures approximately 4 feet in depth, and the interior side yard provides approximately 4 feet in width. The property was developed prior to the implementation of the current zoning ordinance, which requires properties in the SLR-S1 district to be developed with a 20-foot rear yard. If the property were developed in accordance with the current zoning ordinance, the swimming pool could have been placed in the location compliant with the zoning ordinance. The staff surveyed 2 SLR-S1 districts seeking similarly situated properties, that is, corner lots developed with swimming pools. A total of 15 properties were identified, and based on the gathered information, the staff determined that the majority of the properties provide swimming pools in compliant locations. As such, the staff believes that the requested variances fail to meet criteria 2, 4, and 5 of the standards of variances, in that the literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges, and granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 004-24?
Good afternoon. I am the resident at 6167 Katina Street. My contractor was supposed to be here, but he had a family emergency. So I'll start off that it's a season of giving. So let's go ahead and look at this. But literally, it's just to put a pool on the side yard. I've talked to all of my neighbors who are excited about it because they want to use it. But you know, just with the fencing that we have, it'll be secure. Then we're actually going to have a secondary fence put in, where the pool would actually go for that walkway. I don't think he put it on the drawings, but we would continue with the wrought iron fence. So you would literally have 2 gates to get into so you could get to that pool just to make sure it's safe. But I'm just here for any questions. Hopefully they're not too technical because that was his job. But
Thank you. Could you just state your name and address for the record?
oh yes, it's Travis Joseph, and it's 6167 Katina Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 004-24? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
You mentioned, a question for you. You mentioned there's 2 fences. Yeah, I think you're required to have like a solid fence around the pool.
Yes.
Yeah, and so you're going to have that. You're saying
Correct.
that will be behind, in some cases, that'll be doubled up with the cast iron fence.
That's
that you have?
currently there, yes, correct.
Okay, all right. I guess I also have a question for staff. If this building wasn't built like it was, or the lot was configured differently, are the offsets that they're proposing correct? You know, in other words, they're the right distances from property lines, disregarding the fact that they're in the wrong spot, 5 feet or whatever's required.
You're asking about the setbacks for the main structure?
No, like, doesn't it have to be some distance off a property line or something?
The pool?
Like that? Yeah, the pool.
Yeah, I think it's 4 feet around, well, so from the property line, let me double check. All right, so swimming pools have to be at least 2 feet from any lot line and 4 feet from any adjacent building's exterior.
Thank you.
So this is just another one of those weird configuration of the structure. If it was a traditional front yard oriented building, be a different conversation. All right, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
All right, so I'm doing this because I know how to interpret it, not because you called me out on season of giving, all right? Just gonna get this clear real quick. Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 004-24, my request is to approve the request for the requested waivers of Article 21, Section 21.6 EE.1 for swimming pools, location, and Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2 for permitted encroachment into required yards for swimming pools. My comments is more tied to the 3 main criteria that will a literal interpretation of the ordinance deprive the applicant of rights commonly owned, enjoyed by other property owners within the district. While the literal interpretation of it may stay one way, this is purely being driven by the orientation of the structure itself, and his front yard is not being treated as the functional front yard versus the side yard condition. So while the structure orientation actually helps to establish this request. And with that, that also helps to establish the 2 remaining criteria beyond what I just stated before. So my motions for approval, understand that 9 criteria have been met, and I must assume 3 provisos. I know Emily's gonna get me in line here. Come on, bring it.
Staff would recommend 2 provisos. Proviso 1 would be kind of the standard revised site plan for BZA staff's review and approval. The second proviso would be showing compliance with Article 21 as far as the swimming pool requirements and any mechanical equipment in association with the pool.
Okay, so I'm in my motion to those 2 provisos as stated.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 004-24, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, and adopting the commentary today to satisfy establishment of the 9 criteria. Subject to 2 provisos. Roll call vote. Todd James?
Yes.
Jose Alvarez?
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz?
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez?
Yay.
Jason Richards?
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
As noted earlier, items number 14, 15, and 16, BZA docket 00524, 00624, and 00724 will be automatically deferred to the February 19th meeting. Now we're moving on to variances reconsideration. Item number 17, BZA docket 09823 is a request by the applicant for reconsideration of action taken on at the December meeting in which the board deferred this item 60 days to the February 19th meeting. The applicant wishes for the board to reconsider that action so that the request may be heard today rather than February 19.
Y'all need to vote first.
So we need a motion.
I'd make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Richards, second by Commissioner James, to reconsider action previously taken on BZA docket 098-23. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, EA. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
BZA 9823 is a request to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient front yard setback, insufficient permeable open space, and insufficient off-street parking. In regards to the front yard waiver, staff finds the request meets 9 of the 9 criteria for variances and recommends approval of this request, subject to 2 provisos. The applicant has decided to withdraw the permeable open space waiver as well as the off-street parking waiver.
I'm sorry, is the applicant present for BZA docket 098-23? Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 098-23? Anyone here in opposition?
Hi, my name is Laney Charpon. I reside at 4810 Longfellow Drive, and I'm the owner of that property, 3311 Republic Street. Asking for a waiver for the the required 20 feet, proposed 3 feet, waived 17 feet.
Did you have anything else that you wish to add?
When I bought this property, you know, it was a SOI for a long time in the neighborhood. And I know the house was actually built on the property line. So I had the house towed down, and I just need the 3 feet to set back. Everything else will work out fine.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 098-23? Anyone here in opposition?
Afternoon. Claudia Celestin, 1705 Humanities Street is the address that I'm using. In opposition that I guess I don't really need to be in opposition of now, since the main waivers have been withdrawn, the one for the permeable space and the one for the parking. So I just hope that we can have enforcement of those 2 proposals whenever this site is really redeveloped, because we're sitting near an area that does tend to flood with heavy rains, and we're at an area where the street parking, even though a lot of homes do have off-street parking, they do have some that have had family members to come back, and so you have more cars in these parking spaces. So we do need new development that is being built to have off-street parking in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 098-23? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
Yeah, I know she was talking about the flooding area, but that's actually Gentilly towards where Popeye is at, under the bridge. On Republic Street, like I said, I grew up there, been living there, since I was 5 years old. My parents and them still live across the house that I bought. Republic Street never floods. And I know that the house she's telling me she lives in, I know it's on Humanity. That's on the side, like towards Dillard University, but it's mainly the flooding that's around, like I say, under the bridge towards Popeye Way. But Republic Street, we never flood. Even during Katrina, they had no water there.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yep, I got a couple. So I want to I think we're kind of skipping around a lot of what we saw on this one last time. So I think what my biggest point of apprehension was, is the actual drawings as submitted are not appropriately coordinated. And it's the same person you've heard us balk about earlier, is the same person that did your documents. So the plans that we have, the plans that's in front of me right now, even if those two items were withdrawn, I don't necessarily have a point of clarity with regards to how this plan is actually being proposed, to say that we're not to necessarily come back with something different, to have something different come back in front of us later. So I feel like, yeah, we've taken this out of order, we've suspended it and allowed it to come back up to us sooner than when it was initially asked to come before us. And the reason why we asked for that extended period of time is that these drawings are not developed in order for us to appropriately really review it to see if this is correctly what we need to, if we're correctly reviewing this accordingly. And case in point, the first floor doesn't line up with the second floor. There's a column shown in it. I mean, it's, again, I'm still not comfortable, because I think we put a pretty explicit request in when this came in front of us last time of what we expected before it came back before this body.
All right, the last time, I know I had to leave to go to work. My wife actually spoke to the
Correct.
architect and told him the stuff that needed to be changed. I know he took and did it. He sent it to her. She emailed it to, I guess it would be our gallery or something, to make sure everything was good. It was told that it was good, and that's how she was able to put us in this month, well, the next month instead of the 60 days. Like I say, there's been a process actually been going on since September, if I want to really say. I took and did what I had to do to get into the October one. This was my first time coming because we deal with properties, but I never had one I had to tear down. And I came here, I took off from work for October. I stood here for about 45 minutes to an hour, and I know they canceled the meeting because y'all didn't have enough of board members. Then they told me they was going to let me know when I was going to have the next meeting. They forgot to tell me. They called me Monday and told me they apologized that I didn't get the email about the next meeting, so then it was put to the next one. That's when me and my wife came, and I had to leave for work. We had Larry to take care of what he had to do. When I was planning on coming to that one, it was canceled because of the wedding. I mean, yeah, because of the weather. So then I was put to this one.
Now, I understand that. So again, I'm a articulate again what was requested before.
So nothing was changed on it?
I'm looking at this drawing right now, and I don't see how it's clearly changed. I see a sheet that's retired, and then I see a different drawing ahead of it that I'm assuming is supposed to be the new set of drawings. But again, it's still not coordinated. You got a second floor plan that extends over an area with no column even identified how it's being picked up from the first floor. So again, I feel like it's the same person who keeps trying to shortcut sending documents in front of this board. I'm beyond frustrated with this cat. He has yet to show his face in this room to present any set of drawings he's done on behalf of people like you, and putting you in a situation to come before us to defend his inaccuracies in his drawings. That's not cool. That's not cool. And I'm sorry you have to take off from work to do that, but I'm sorry, when I had my practice, I came and I represented my clients. I didn't put that burden on them. Yes, ma'am. I don't mind suspending the rules, 'cause make sure you got the right drawings in front of me, but what I see right now don't line up. So I'll do a motion to suspend the rules to introduce additional info.
Second.
It's been moved. With regards to BZA docket 098-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to suspend the rules to submit additional documents. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez. Jason Richards.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest. Yay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
And while I'm waiting for that to come up, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna say something very polarizing. It's usually people who look like you and I are the ones who are usually hiring this guy because of a level of affordability. I hate when I see professionals handle people in this way and leave it incumbent upon you just because they're cheaper that they can't come defend what they're supposed to put their stamp on. That's trash. I bet. Hey, I know. That's not on you, dude. But I'm going to keep calling them out every month.
We just sent the additional documents to you.
Wait, mine's on the firewall, so it takes a minute for me to get it.
He just, I see it.
Valor, quick question. On the second review, all he's showing is a column shown on the plan, but it doesn't necessarily show how the other requests have been waived in that plan. I mean, does it still not have the requirement for the open space requirement? No, it would be based on that area. On the
It's
graphic
noted
area.
in purple or pink on the first PDF, 397, I'm sorry, 503 square feet permeable. So it's below the pink text, 56% permeable, according to this professional of record.
So the gravel parking area that has a roof over top of it would have to be excluded from that calculation, though. And just looking at percentages, again, we're not in a position where we can make this measurement, but I would suggest, sir, you go back to the professional record and ask them to recalculate, because you have a portion of the building that's going over the gravel.
Thank you.
Area. I was not here for the last
No,
one.
no, no,
Yeah.
Jake, no, but you're spotting the same argument I provided last time.
This is what happened last time?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like this dude just keeps shortcutting, bro. This is insane.
That said, the minimum is 40, is that correct? Something like that? Yeah, it's a close thing.
But then remember, with the setback of moving it to 3 feet, you're reducing the square footage of it. But again, how can we come up with the calculation without the correct?
And yes, the minimum permeable open space is 40% for that district.
So it's by almost building a building forward, reducing the percentage that needs to be provided. Because we're essentially moving the we would be moving the build-to line all the way, so it's already encroaching well within it. So would it necessarily be 40% of what's required anyway, or 40% after the setback?
Square footage of the building is 500.
Yeah, so then never mind.
I mean, it's flipped.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter anyway.
Markup, but
Mm-hmm.
When
I'm not
sorry,
able to
when
pull
you're
it up
saying
at all.
461, what, I'm just trying to follow.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm measuring the width and it's two rectangles, so I measure the width and the length of each of them and then add them together. I get 461 square feet of non-permeable area.
Gotcha.
Not 397.
Not the 397.
Yeah, and then I don't think we should, I mean, that
Yeah,
needs
we
to be
can't.
correct.
Yep.
Steps.
I'm not sure if you can. Doesn't add up.
Yeah. And then just as a side note, I mean, there's like 8 foot clear to drive into that driveway, which is really tight for a car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not able to pull it up on my end, so I'm gonna just defer to if any other board members on questions.
Okay. And I mean, for me, just the concern, Commissioner James has kind of hit on it, and especially in light of what the other commissioners are just calculating. I just don't want us to have another situation like one of the other applicants that was here earlier to detrimentally basically rely on this professional and not get what is being promised in terms of what's on these plans. And I don't know how we rectify that in light of what we're continuing to see with this one professional, but it's putting applicants in a position, an unfair position to come before us and not be able to, we can't rely on what the professional is giving to the applicant as being accurate to reflect what he's basically putting his stamp of approval on.
And I already know he's gonna play that there's a bias because I keep attacking him up here, but I mean, every time and time again, every time we open up a file, it's the same thing. So I understand you're trying to move forward, but you might have almost been better off to stay on track for when you were supposed to be docketed and for them to take the time to do this correctly.
I was just going to say the same thing. You're doing them a favor because we've seen at this meeting other situations where applicants relied on information that wasn't 100% accurate, and they've spent good money that they're now going to have to spend more to correct. So you're being told to be cautious on the front end, which may be a blessing in disguise.
It's the same person. You just saw the young lady come up here about the driveway. It's the same person. This is just.
So how do we
Moving
move this?
on.
Yeah, how
Sorry.
do we move this applicant?
So I'm gonna just say, I'm
forward?
just kind of, in order to move him forward, unfortunately, I mean, I'm gonna have to push for the deferral again until this person gets their act together.
Or
Look, and I'm gonna tell you, you're paying him to develop documents. You need to tell him they're calling you out. Oh yeah, I'm not playing with him. He needs to show up.
yeah,
That's the point, though. So how can
Come to the
yeah,
to the
'cause
mic.
You
I
gotta speak to the
just gotta
mic.
get your
Sorry.
stuff on
Be
the record.
careful.
But I'm just trying to figure out, sort of going forward, what is it that we need to
The most we
to
could
kind
do-
of put you in the position to have plans that accurately reflect what he's saying. Right now, the calculations are not correct. So,
Or there's no way for us to appropriately verify them just based
Right.
off of the documents provided.
Actually, it's nothing that you can do to, I mean,
Well,
have
so-
me to do because
yeah.
what y'all tell me, I bring it to him. And when he do it, they email it to Ms. Valerie and it says it's okay and I go with it with that.
Yeah, you have no way to know any better. I mean, and that's no fault of your own, man. You're paying somebody and you're relying on them to be responsible, and they fail to do so.
And just to add a little bit to, I mean, I think I really respect that you all have made an effort to change the design and make things and take in our comments, and I'm actually really happy with what the recommendations are. So I think we're just concerned that whether they actually are truly happening in the drawings.
Right.
So.
we don't want a situation where you then take these plans and, I mean, just to look at the other applicant from earlier today, the plans that were submitted for the permit was not what was ultimately done. So we don't want a situation where you've gone through all of this and then what's actually built doesn't align with what's on the plans. Yes. Compliance with the compliant plans?
No, I'm not comfortable with that one, only because, again, it's coming down to a value. And again, it's putting a trust in someone who's really shown they're not trustworthy to
And that's what I
develop
was gonna,
documents.
and that was what I was gonna say. I mean, the last applicant had compliant plans, but it was built differently. So I'm still having reservations.
So, I mean, Madam Chair, I'm still at a point to defer it until the next meeting, and hopefully somebody takes a little bit more time to actually pay attention to what they gotta turn in for documents. It's not you. This ain't you, man. So, is a motion in order?
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 098-23, my motion's for deferral to the February agenda. Hopefully, this guy gets his documents a little bit tighter so we can have something that's appropriately reviewed.
And what is, just to be clear, for the applicant's purpose to convey back to the architect, what is it that?
Tell him go
needs
pay,
to-
tell him go listen to the video. He has access to it.
Second.
And, well, I would say that if a space is covered with a roof, it's not permeable. That's the way that the CZO reads, and he needs
Correct.
to take that into consideration when he's doing his calculations. That's the
Thank
specific
you for being
problem.
more diplomatic, Mr. Richardson.
This is
I'm
my
just
first-
beyond
this
with
is my
this
first
cat.
time, so I'm kind
You
of-
setting a new standard. I appreciate
Yes.
it, brother.
So specifically, his calculations are incorrect regarding the permeable area. Before we know that you comply, he needs to show us the correct calculations.
Thank you.
I'll second.
With
Somebody
regard-
hasn't already done it.
With regards to BZA docket 098-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to defer the item. And just to be clear, this is to the next, the February meeting. So it's not as long of a window. I understand it's still gonna have you having to come back before us, but hopefully we can get it resolved.
Maybe he'll feel compelled to show up.
Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez. Jason Richards. And Candace Forrest, yea. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, we will now begin with the unfinished business for safety and permits decision appeals. Will the chair please read the hearing rules for the decision appeals?
Yes, if I can get to my paper. Rules and procedures for public hearings, appeals of decisions of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. The following procedures shall be observed during the appeal hearing. Each speaker shall give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The representative of the Department of Safety and Permits shall present to the board the decision which is under appeal, the relevant code sections relating to the appeal, and any information explaining the department's decision. The applicant or representative will speak next. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker, but in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives exceed 15 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 5 minutes. For an exceptional case, the time limitations may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments has the power to hear and decide appeals where it is alleged there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by an administrative officer in the enforcement of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The board also has the power to hear and determine appeals from applicants who have been refused a building permit because of a violation or conflict with the zoning ordinance or the official map of the city. The applicant's appeal to the Board of Zoning Adjustments is governed by Section 5-408 of the City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter.
Thank you. The next item, BZA docket 10223 for the property at 1533 Broadway Street and 7110 Birch Street. Due to a schedule conflict, the applicant's agent is requesting a deferral to the February 19th meeting.
Good afternoon, Board. Ashley Becknell from the Department of Safety and Permits. We have no objection to a deferral in this matter. As this board knows, this was referred to the BBSA, and they had not rendered their response in time for the original scheduling of this meeting, so we are on board with a deferral to the February meeting.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 102-23 that wishes to speak? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 002-24, my motion is for deferral to the February agenda.
Just want to correct that it's 102-23.
What did I just say?
002-23.
002, my bad.
Second.
102.
Okay. Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 102-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second, I believe, by Commissioner Alvarez, to defer this item to our next meeting. Roll call vote. Todd James?
Yes.
Jose Alvarez?
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz?
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez? Jason Richards?
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
We will now begin with new business for the Director of Safety and Permits Decision Appeals. The next item is item 19, BZA docket 00824 for the property at 2900 Perdido Street.
Good afternoon, Board. Again, my name is Ashley Becknell. I am the Chief Zoning Official here on behalf of the Department of Safety and Permits. Relative to 2900 Perdido Street, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of permit number 22-13076-NEWC without requiring an amendment to the conditional use affecting the property. Appellant alleges that the department improperly issued permit number 22-13076 because the underlying conditional use did not permit the construction of a jail on that site. While proceedings were initiated to amend the conditional use to allow for this use, the council did not vote to amend the conditional use. This permit was issued by the department in direct response to a federal court order. Record document 1564 of Jones v. Guzman, 12-0859 of the Eastern District of Louisiana, at page 3, reads, in pertinent part, the court directed the city to proceed with issuing the permit without regard to the CPC's and council's failure to act on a zoning variance, as the court perceives these omissions to have been primarily political in nature, and in any event, it has never been clear to this court that a variance or new conditional use permit is required for this project in the first instance. Therefore, the permit was properly issued in accordance with the court order, and the decision of the department to issue the permit should be upheld by this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 008-24? You can come up to the mic.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Emily Posner. I'm General Counsel of Voice of the Experience. I'll refer to us as VOTE, that is our acronym. This is my first time appearing before this board, so I'll do my very best. I hope feel free to correct me if I'm making any errors in terms of procedure or how things are generally done. But I think the appeal itself is very clear what the issue is at hand. I did recently receive the city's objections, and so I'd like to really focus on the error that the city has presented to you all as to why this court order is sufficient enough to circumscribe and to disregard the CZO and allow for this jail facility to be built without actually following the comprehensive zoning ordinance and the rules that have been put in place that govern and protect us from development, and make sure that development is done in accordance with the rules. So the document that the city referenced is actually, it's a minute entry, and it's a document that is signed by the magistrate judge. So this is not a court order from the actual judge who is overseeing and handling this case. It is, the magistrate judge is instructed to handle discovery matters and to deal with discovery matters between the parties and to keep the parties on course in preparation for any trial or any important major decision that goes before the district court judge. Usually what the magistrate judge does is issue a report and recommendation, and then the district court judge reviews that report and recommendation, handles objections from all of the parties, and then issues a mandated court order. I have reviewed the record of Jones v. Gussman. I've spent way too much time reviewing that court record, and there's actually no court order that directs the city to disregard the CZO. There's no court order anywhere in place. And in fact, if you were to, and I have these documents, I don't know how to supplement the record. I reviewed the rules. I wasn't sure if there's a specific way in order to do that. But there's a court record 1648, which is from September 5th of 2003, which is where the district court judge actually adopts a report of recommendation, just as I indicated from Magistrate George North. And the 1648, the record that he adopts, the report and recommendation that is adopted is record document 1634. And in that record and recommendation that was adopted is an order that specifically sets the conditions of construction for OJC Mental and Medical Health Services Facility. And in this, if you were to turn to page 4, Article 3, the city's obligations, Section 8, is to comply with all applicable government laws, rules, regulations, licensing, and other requirements. So in fact, the court is directing the city to comply with all applicable government laws, rules, regulations, licensing, and other requirements, which to me certainly encompasses the CZO. My understanding of the BZA, and again, I do recognize that this is my first time before you all, is that you can only decide what is before the BZA. You're not here to decide social, political, or other issues. You're here to look at what the CZO is and whether the CZO is followed. I think our brief clearly indicates that there was an error, that the CZO was not followed in terms of how conditional use permits are supposed to be. A building permit cannot be issued until the conditional use permit has been properly amended, and in this case, that wasn't done. The city, on the other hand, is making a legal argument and asking you all to make a legal judgment as to whether this federal court order has any authority over the work that you all are supposed to do. Building and permits is supposed to follow the CZO. They did not. And I think it is important for you all to make sure that the CZO is followed, regardless of who is asking for, I guess, asking to not follow the CZO. I understand this is a very serious issue, and we would ask you all to uphold our appeal. I'm going to save for any kind of rebuttal or any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 008-24 that wishes to speak? If you could come up, please.
Okay, I'm not going to try. Just leave it where it is. All right. My name is Susan Guidry. By way of background, I'm a retired attorney. I'm a retired city council person, having been elected in 2010, re-elected and served until I said I'd had enough in 2018. Throughout that whole time, I was chair of the Criminal Justice Committee, so I am very familiar with the federal consent decree litigation on jail issues, and I'm familiar with the CZO. And I thought it was a director, like I thought Bob Rivers was going to be doing this, so I apologize. If I say director, I mean board. The board is bound to determine whether the action of the department is in conflict with the CZO. The CZO and 2011 ordinance number 24282 both require that a conditional use permit voted on by the city council must be issued to build a jail on the property at issue. The issuance of a building permit is clear error on the part of the department, both under the CZO and the express provision of the 2011 ordinance. The department admits that the CZO process was followed in 2021 and that the city council denied it. They did that by knowingly failing to vote within the time period allowed. The department relies on a minute entry entered by the magistrate judge in the jail consent decree case. The department cites no law to state that the minute entry is to be given the weight of the written order of the district court, or that a magistrate has the authority to direct a municipality to disregard its own laws, or that the hearing was properly noticed and held. No city council member was present, as can be seen in the minute entry, while this magistrate purportedly went against the council's previous legislation and took away its rights under the CZO and the Home Rule Charter. These legal issues are not within the purview of this administrative tribunal, nor has the department cited any law by which to provide direction on these issues. Moreover, the pertinent part of this minute entry cited by the department clearly shows that the magistrate is basing his purported order on faulty logic and a total lack of understanding of local law. His reasoning is that the CPC and the City Council failed to act on the zoning request. The department and the board know that the conditional use process was properly followed throughout the processing of zoning docket number 7121. The minute entry reflects that the supposed failure of the CPC and City Council to act were, quote, primarily political in nature. The department and the board know that their actions were completely within and in furtherance of our laws. The minute entry reflects that the magistrate admitted that he didn't know that a conditional use permit was even required by law. The department and the board know that it is. For the director to accept these minutes of a court hearing as proof that our laws are not to be upheld, and that this is proof that a magistrate who doesn't even know local law on the subject has the authority to supersede our laws with a minute entry, is well beyond the scope of this administrative process. I submit that the board is right to decide this matter in accordance with the CZO and with this department's appeal process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 008-24? Anyone here in opposition?
Hello, my name is Andrea Bowman. I'm with Grace Abear Curtis Architects, who are the architects of record for this particular project. I just wanted to state that I'm available to help answer any questions, hopefully not legal in nature, regarding this matter.
Anyone else? I don't know if that was really just a point of information. I don't know if there's anything to really rebut. Any questions from the board? I will say to the to staff, this is certainly a unique situation.
She's addressing staff.
Staff.
I'm sorry.
I think the way that the summary reads, it sounds as though, and I mean, I'm not going to get into the back and forth of whether the specific document submitted is sufficient. I think that there is language in the documents that were submitted that indicate, and this is one board member speaking. I don't want to sound like I'm speaking for the board, but in reading it, it does clearly direct the city to take certain actions that appear to be without consideration of the CZO. I think what is problematic for me is that I don't know that it's appropriate for, based on what our charge is as a board, and that we're to ensure that whether or not decisions are in line or not in line with the CZO. Where I'm struggling is to determine if it's appropriate for us to make a decision that a directive from a federal court that seems to put you outside of what the CZO tells you that you should do, and whether we should overrule sort of a federal directive. And so that's the part that is very, I guess, difficult to kind of, and maybe it's the lawyer in me that if you hear something from the federal court, it's usually, yes, the gospel. So I don't know that as the board that it's appropriate for us to sort of make a decision on, in essence, we're either going to go against the CZO or go against a federal judge's directive. And that just doesn't feel appropriate for us as the board.
And I had the exact same question. So thank you for saying it in a legal way.
See, you could be a lawyer too.
So hopefully I can provide a bit of insight from our side of things. I do know that this is a matter that is currently being litigated and that there is an attorney from the law department who is assigned to this case and who is very much not me, although I am an attorney. I did not take part in this litigation or really this decision. It was made directly by Director Jackson, who is herself also an attorney, just a note for the record. I also think it may be helpful to just read what the CZO does direct is the standard of review for appeals, because this is a very unique situation. In my 5 years of presenting appeals to this board, I haven't had this come up.
Same.
So
not presenting, but just hearing them.
It says the board shall owe, this is in 4.8.d, which is procedure, but it says the board shall owe no deference to interpretations by the director of the Department of Safety and Permits. In reviewing factual determinations by the director, the board must determine, based upon the totality of the record evidence, that the director committed clear error and that the error was material to the director's determination. I would submit that here, this is a factual question, that there is the fact of the document from the court, which does say, let me see, I want to make sure I get the exact language. The court directed the city to proceed with issuing the permit without regard to CPC and council's failure to act. So that is what the director relied on to make this decision. And I would submit that further legal questions may be better handled in a forum for attorneys rather than lay people, architects,
I think that,
and including attorneys.
I think that's what my individual inclination is, just that I don't know that this is the forum to make the determination. And I don't know for our purposes what is the best sort of response, because I don't know if it's appropriate to make a vote yay or nay on whether or not there was an error, or if there's a different disposition of how this,
This question to you on this one, sorry. Put you on the spot.
On your first day.
I would recommend probably a deferral at this point while we figure out the appropriate answer to that, because this is also my first experience of this nature. And so I don't want to lead y'all astray.
You said there's some stuff that's currently in litigation. Is it strictly for the building permit itself, or just to what is the nature of that litigation?
Well, there's.
Go ahead.
I know the question was directed at me, but I can defer to them because I honestly don't know the details beyond which attorney is assigned to handle.
You can ask if.
So I am not an attorney of record in the Jones litigation, which is the class action lawsuit that deals with the conditions of the jail.
All right, yeah, so so I don't want to
I'm-
go anywhere near that piece.
You asked
Yeah.
what is the litigation, that's it. So there is a fair amount of litigation still
Mhm.
being determined related to that particular lawsuit. We have, my organization has filed an appeal related to whether construction of this facility began with inappropriate taking of funding from the capital budget in order to begin the construction of the funding. So that is currently under appeal. And my understanding is the next step, if depending on the outcome of this particular board's decision, could be an appeal to the civil district court. And so I'm the deferral piece is. I wouldn't want to say that my organization is opposed to that, but we are opposed to deferring this if construction is going to continue. I think the permit needs to be pulled while you all make the decision whether or not that this is an appropriate, how you all would like to handle this matter. Because also the next step for this would be to go to the civil district court, I do want to have the opportunity to add into the record the court documents that I referenced, which would have been to directly rebut what the city is saying in that there's a court order that's directing them to issue this permit, whereas I believe that there are court documents that indicate that the city is supposed to follow all local law. I also think there's a possibility for you all to make a decision saying, we believe that the CZO wasn't followed and it's beyond our scope to determine whether or not a federal court order allows for that to happen, and we can let the civil court make that decision based off of the record of appeal in the
Okay.
next step.
We would ask that if these documents that were discussed today do become made a part of the record, that we would be able to have an opportunity to review them and to pass them along to the law department. I'm
Right.
not familiar with them, so I can't appropriately respond at this point.
Same here.
So perhaps a
and-
deferral would be in order.
And that's why I was just based off of what you presented. I mean, it almost sounds that the deferral is the most appropriate in order for, and if you still have the ability to introduce that post deferral, and that would give safety and permits the time necessary to convey it to the law department, and for it to be internally reviewed to confirm if we are the appropriate venue.
Again, I don't have a problem with everyone having an opportunity to review documents and brief it. I think my issue is that if this is deferred and construction continues and we
We
end up-
can't stop that.
we would oppose a deferral at this point, and we would ask you all to make a decision based off of the clear error that's before you all. I have also seen a few people, if there's still time, that would you all like to make comment?
But we've
We're
already
actually-
closed.
yeah, we've
already
closed public
public
comment.
Okay,
comment.
I understand, thank you. I mean, I would say that the record is clear before you all. The CZO was not followed. There was clear error. And whether you all want to defer, whether to make a decision or not on whether the federal consent to the federal order, which I don't think there is a federal order that says disregard the CZO. I think you all can make that decision.
We've heard, we have heard everything. I think our position has been expressed. I mean, the position that you presented is your position. We've shared, at least I've spoken. Me personally, I don't know if any other board member has anything else differently that they wish to state, but at this point, our legal counsel made the recommendation of a deferral, and that was where we were considering.
I would also respond that should this go forward today, I think that the existence of the order from the court, or at least the document that the director relied on, is a factual question. I would say that the standard of review there is that it clear error, and I think that our record is clear that the director reviewed a document from a federal court that said the permit should be issued. That's the facts under which we operated in this situation.
Can I ask a question of the applicant? So you mentioned that, and again, well, some of us are lawyers, but most of us aren't. And also, we just mostly do zoning matters, so everybody's out of their element here. But I do want to ask you said that the director has to comply with all applicable rules and laws. Presumably, that would mean federal rules and laws as well, not just local ones.
I mean, absolutely. So again, this document that I'm required in order to build this, follow all local rules. I mean, that's what the federal court said. Local,
Oh, this
federal.
is a document that we don't have the benefit of reviewing.
I
That's
mean, I
where
have
that's
3
read from.
copies. I'm happy
Yeah.
to submit it. It's
Yeah.
part of the,
Yeah.
it's the same record that the city is saying that they relied on, even though the document that they're relying on is a minute entry and not an actual court order, and it's from a magistrate court.
I mean, the thing, and the thing about it is, what you have to understand is that we're not a judicial body, so I, as a lawyer, may understand a minute entry versus a magistrate, but what we're going off of is the information that was in front of the director at that point in time. I think the dispute of what level of credence you should give to something that comes from federal court is why I made the position that I don't know that it's appropriate for us to make that determination, because we're not lawyers practicing in federal court, us as a board. We're not lawyers practicing in federal court that may understand those nuances. And so what you're presenting is really outside of the scope of us as a zoning body for us to normally consider. And so I'm not arguing that there may be some distinct issues at play. I just don't think that we're the appropriate body to make those determinations about those distinct issues.
And I respectfully would respectfully disagree in the sense that the CZO has outlined what the appeals
I
process
understand,
is.
So again,
and this, I just want to make, this isn't a back and forth. So I understand the lawyer wants to argue and debate, but I'm just trying to keep the decorum of what, and I know that you've said you don't normally come before this board, and we're really outside of the question and answer. In all fairness, when the question was posed to our legal counsel and the response was the recommendation for a deferral, that's really what we as the board are considering at this point.
And respectfully,
So I don't even think that was a question at this point, so I think it's time to close it and close it if there's any other questions from the board.
Mhm.
So Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 008-24, my motion is for a deferral to the February agenda. I'm hoping that by that time, we would at least have additional information introduced to the record on this so that legal can look at this to confirm if we believe that this is the appropriate venue for review.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 008-24, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Richards, to defer this item to the February meeting. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest. Yay. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Would the board consider a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to adjourn. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Jason Richards.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest. Yay. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries and the meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, no, that's fine. The deadline, that's why I wanted to tell you this too, because like the deadline for submission for this board will be a week. Ashley. No, no worries. I know it's interesting. This is one of my problems, so I'm happy to turf it off to the law department. So, I will, yeah, whatever you send me, I'll send to Hannah, who's the rep up here, and I know Dan handled y'all's injunction. I don't know if he's handling anything else going forward, but
I don't know if
we'll put our heads together on our end of things.
Dan and I, we were at a CLE. I'm really having a mental health.
Oh, he told me about that.
Told you about that, yes.
He told me about that.
It's like a ceiling with 100 people, and it was only the two of us.
Dan and I spend a lot of time
handled
together
it, so
for
it's like,
a
and we
variety
just
of
looked at each
reasons.
other and we're like, the irony of this.
I know. No, I know. He told me about that. Yeah,
And he was
Dan,
awesome. I mean,
he's helping us with our STR litigation. But like when I started with the city attorney's office 10 years ago, he was my neighbor. Like, know each other well. But I will say, federal judges, based on what I've seen in STR, cannot understand the CZO. So, you know, very complicated. Yeah, just email me that stuff, and I'll, like I said, make sure it gets where it needs to go.